so tired. I can't keep doing this, fighting with. All right, we're going to be live in just a few seconds. So no more time to play nice. No bad words. 4:58. Time to do the sharing bit. Here's the fun pre-production part that everybody loves to watch. Share to a page. Post our revolution. Punch. Comments are on. Here's the fun pre-production part that everybody loves to watch. To a page. Post our revolution. Punch. Oops. Here's the fun pre-production part that everybody loves to watch. Oh. And the lowering the volume part that I forget every week. Literally every week. And if you, as always, if you have anywhere you want to share, this will be the time.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Gotcha. Excellent.
Don't you love pre-production?
It's the most exciting part of the program. There's no question.
It's definitely easier when you don't do it live.
There's one group that told me I can't share anymore. I will spare them the embarrassment. And here comes the Hot 101 family. Right. Let me get the 501 here. Come on. There's not a single comment. Oh, because I turned the comments off again. Oh, for goodness sake. Hey, 501. There we go. And there we go. Welcome to all. As always, welcome. And another welcome again to everyone watching wherever you may be watching. 5 p.m. Eastern time in the United States from my humble second bedroom in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in these United States. On planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy in this little universe of ours. God knows how many of those there are. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd of August, because I only just typed it. So naturally I would forget what the heck the date is. For the 23rd of August, 2020. Let's get to the business end of things first, wherever you may be watching and or listening to us on Facebook. Thank you. First and foremost, as always, thank you for being here. We welcome you no matter where you are watching or listening, and no matter where you fall on the political spectrum. Your opinions are welcomed, they are respected, and we are glad that you are here. It is, as always, however, our main home group page titled That Other Side of Information, where I will see your name and see your comments and questions. So please go there if you wish to see your name appear, that I can say hello to you and see your comments and questions. To our friends and family at hot101.net, thank you again for welcoming me and our program onto your speakers and radios and devices and computers and phones and wherever it is that you are listening to us. Thank you exceptionally. Thank you again. What is that you say? You don't know how to listen to hot101.net? Well, let me explain it to you. It's very, very simple. You can go to the main website page at, yes, you guessed it, hot101.net. There are apps for hot101.net. It's so easy. You can go to the Apple App Store and just search hot101.net. If you have an Android device, you go to the Google Play Store and search, yep, you guessed it, hot101.net. You can also find hot101.net at the TuneIn Radio app. Just search for hot101.net. And of course, if you have a business, a service, a product, anything that you want to promote on the Kennedy Effect, you can reach literally a global audience on one of the originators, the originals, the grandparents of internet radio, hot101.net. Just email us here at the program, that other Kennedy, all one word, that other Kennedy at gmail.com. So for a few weeks, I have been telling you that I was going to have a very distinguished gentleman and my friend Harold Levy on the program to discuss all things diversity, racial, the state of the movement since the murder of Mr. Floyd, his career in diversifying the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's higher education system, the consulting firm that he runs now, helping businesses diversify, helping folks who feel they have been discriminated against. Mr. Levy has had an issue in the family. He couldn't be with us tonight. He has the best reason. Well, it's an awful reason, to be honest, but it's an obviously good reason that he can't be with us. And very, very deeply understandable reason. He's had a bit of a tragedy in the family, could not be with us tonight. Our prayers, I just hate to flippantly say thoughts and prayers, but it is the best way to express it. Our thoughts and our prayers, my deep emotions and thoughts and prayers have been with him since he informed me of it. I won't get into it because that's his business, not mine, but suffice to say that he has been in my thoughts and my prayers since he informed me. Harold is not just was not just going to be a guest on the program, but he is someone that has become my friend. I feel that our friendship has deepened as we have gotten to know each other and worked through this, both through the Democratic Party, but also through some events that we have both been to, that he has spoken at as we have spoken to each other and gotten to know each other a bit. So it is a tragedy for his family. I have thought about him a lot since, and I do not know if he's listening tonight. I doubt that he is, because this is he has to spend time with his family. But if by some stretch that he's listening tonight, I've been praying for him and his family, and I just I hope that he's well as he can be, and I'm thinking of him today. So what did I need to do? If you saw the promotions all over Facebook, I decided, usually I scramble, I panic, I sweat, I have a stress attack, and I gotta get a guest, and what am I gonna do? Well, you know what I decided to do? I decided to a little bit throw my hands up in the air and say, I'm gonna try to make today's program a little bit more toward the program that I am trying to grow the program into, which is more of the, dare I say, standard political progressive talk program. And that is me being a bit talkative and opening the phone line and talking to you. You have been a bit stubborn on the phone lines, dare I say, so far. So I called the bullpen, so to speak, and brought in an ace pitcher from the bullpen, and that is my friend, chair of the Doylestown Democratic Committee. Connor is 26, is it?
24.
So you were 24 when you were elected chair of the Doylestown Democrats. Connor is now 38. He was just elected 2 months ago. He has aged 12 years in that time. And he has now. So I brought in a bullpen pitcher to help me fill the time in case the phone line doesn't ring. You've been stubborn, folks. You've been stubborn out there. You've been stubborn calling. And so I brought in Connor. Look, I spent 20 plus years as a member of the Junior Chamber. If you're not familiar with the Junior Chamber, you might know it as a JCs. It is a community service organization, leadership training organization. And one of the brilliant things about JCs are the friends, the lifelong deep friendships that I made in that time. And I have been blessed regardless of where you fall on the political scale. And I say that a lot. I have been blessed in my political activities, my consulting activities, and so on and so on and so on, and this program as well, to meet good, decent, quality human beings on both sides of the scale. And Connor is one of them. The more we talk, the deeper our friendship grows. And I was able to call him at a very last minute and say, mate, I need your help. Can you come on so that we can chat, bounce around some ideas in case no one calls? We'll have a few laughs. Hell, if we even talk about sports, great. But that we can fill the program, catch up on what's been going on in your area, my area, in the Commonwealth, across the country, and perhaps even around this little blue globe of ours. And he was welcoming enough, flexible enough to come on and do so for me. Real big, what can I say? I've met a lot of great people through this program too. Accommodating people, kind people, gracious with their time, and he's gracious with his time again today. So Connor, welcome back to the program. You're our first repeat guest, by the way.
It's an honor. It's an honor to be the first repeat.
And, bull, it is not.
I think
You're just doing me a favor.
I think on the first one, on the first episode we did, I said, "Oh, you ever need anyone, I'm coming back," and I'm glad that I'm the first one to be the repeat.
Well, now aren't you regretting saying that? Weren't you? Well, you were dumb enough to say it, and I was happy enough to throw that line out there and take you back on, sir. So aren't you sorry you said that?
It took long enough, honestly. I thought it would be might have been a little quicker.
My God, what was it, 2 months?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it took me a whole 2 months.
Sometimes you get to people that have that last minute thing where they just got to go or whatever, and I thought it would have happened sooner. I mean, but I am happy to be here, and I appreciate you having me on here, and I'm looking forward to talking about the things that have been going on lately.
Well, I'll break the fourth wall a little bit, as I do a lot. I always envisioned, I guess if you're a Stephanie Miller or Tom Hartman, even a lot of the folks on the right, in the right wing hate radio side of things, it's easy to get guests. When you're national and famous and a household name, it's easy to get guests. It is like pulling teeth getting guests for this program. This is, I'm not kidding. I use a camera that is built into a laptop. It would be actually quite an effort for me to pick the laptop up and show you around. I am literally in my second bedroom. This is not fancy here, folks. I have built, a bit of a background around me if you're watching on Facebook, but if for our friends and family on my sisters and brothers on hot101.net, you are listening to the audio. So I really can't show you what's happening here, but unless you're on the Facebook page, and we're thrilled if you are. It is literally a second bedroom. There's really not a lot to show you. We are not, sadly, a household name, not yet, but we're working on it. We're growing each week, and we're very, very humbled and proud of that. So I really do have to work. It's becoming a bloody full-time job gathering people for this. Now, again, Mr. Levy has a horrid reason for not being here. It's a genuine family tragedy. He didn't plan on not being here. He doesn't want to not be here. It happens. Life happens. But getting a guest for this program is becoming a hell of an effort. And I'm surprised. I've actually sent letters out. You have a podcast yourself. You do this yourself. So you know how hard it can be sometimes. I've sent letters, probably 24 plus letters to sitting officials, candidates, and so on. The program's yours. Come on in. And nothing. I mean, nothing. And I'm mystified by it. I don't understand. With hot101.net, we are, honestly, this is not, I mean, I got a big head and a damn big ego, but this is a global program. Anybody who can access hot101.net can listen. It doesn't, if you have the internet, you can listen anywhere on the planet. And then the International Space Station, you can listen. So, I mean, I know we chatted about this during I think I got to you, Thursday that I texted you?
I think so,
I think it was Wednesday or Thursday. So, I mean, I know you're having this issue. I don't understand the I mean, it's like pulling teeth. Gosh.
It's a,
I don't get it.
I think it goes back and forth. It's like a misunderstanding of progressive media, independent media, of smaller shows, the benefit of that. I mean, I know when I was running for office myself, I was like, if anyone wanted me on, I'd be hopping on that right away, just because it's exposure in that way. So I don't know, especially as a candidate, I don't fully understand that. Like candidates, I feel like I would take any interview basically, even if it was a hostile interview, I'd still take it just in case, But yeah, for me, I struggle to get guests. I mean, it's just finding something to get them in, because my show is very small too, so it's hard to promise anything. It's hard to guarantee anything, but yours is definitely larger of a platform. So I don't know. It just is what it is for right now. And then someday when you're famous, you can let
well, you know what?
Bernie on, and we'll all be
that's interesting. Well, first off, Bernie will probably live till he's 150. Let's just be honest. I mean, Bernie's ageless. But let's also just say one day when I'm famous, I was sleeping. I had one of those rare nights where I was sleeping like to borrow a phrase, sleeping like a corpse. And I was literally woken up out of a dead sleep with an axe through my head right here. I don't mention a lot on the air because I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me. I am not rare. I'm not unique. That this body is breaking down at an alarming rate. If I was a horse, I'd be glue. I have migraine problems. I've had 2 surgeries on my neck. There's more metal there than bone. I have kidney issues, spinal stenosis problems. Those are starting to affect my legs. I have blood clot problems. I'm just breaking down from head to toe. And it always seems that lest you believe that God has a sense of humor, it is always show day when I have my worst problems. So I woke up with a splitting headache today. I have had the migraine then causes nausea. Then I can't eat anything. Then I can't drink anything, which only makes the nausea worse. But then I have to drink coffee to try to help get rid of the migraine, which usually then exacerbates the stomach problems. I had a wonderful lunch today of a few handfuls of oyster crackers. And it's always a show day that happens. So when you say, wait till someday when you're famous, if I can get to someday, let alone famous, that'll be a miracle in and of itself. So it's the Kennedy effect now. It'll be we'll find some fancy name. It'll be the O'Hanlon something at some point. It'll be the O'Hanlon Circle. It'll be, I don't know. We'll find something. I'll turn the hat over to you. God knows what I'll clean it first. Promise me I'll wash it first, but I'll turn the hat over to you at some point. It'll be the O'Hanlon something at some point. Then it'll be famous. But anyway, we'll deal with that. We do have something planned. I was able to get something together. I'm sure that, Connor, you saw this earlier in the week. The municipality township, I think they're technically a township, of Upper Darby here in the Commonwealth did something rather extraordinary, extremely progressive move. And it's a policy move that means something, I think, on a lot of different levels. It's something that we talk about, I think, sometimes we sometimes talk about it as almost a libertarian move. We sometimes talk about it as a fundraising move. We talk about it as a criminal justice move. And we tend to talk about it as those moves individually, but we don't always talk about it as a multi-level move. And we're going to try to discuss it tonight or this evening. It's 5:20 Eastern time on those many different levels. I was lucky enough. It was very serendipitous after I got the contact with Mr. Levy after you and I started chatting. I happened to be scrolling through my Facebook, and for all of you who say that Facebook is only for the old and decrepit, I am one of the old and decrepit, but every now and then it still helps you. My good friend Laura Wentz, who is a councilwoman in Upper Darby, posts an article that the Upper Darby Council and mayor, in conjunction with their police department and chief. He's not called chief. He actually has a different title, but I'm going to call him chief for the sake of this. He can explain it when he comes. Passed an ordinance that they are no longer going to arrest people for having very, very small amounts of marijuana. I don't know if you saw this article, Connor, but I happened to see it. And again, it was after I'd chatted with Mr. Levy and with you. So it was a bit serendipitous. So I happened to drop her messages. Would you be welcome to, well, of course you would be welcome. Would you be willing is the word I wanted to use. Would you be willing to come on and discuss it? And not only did she jump on the opportunity, which was extremely kind of her, she's actually wrangled, I think, almost all of the council, the mayor and the police chief. So somewhere around the 5:30 mark, they're all going to be joining us, and you and I are going to have a chat with them. I do not know how long they're staying, so they might be popping in and out, but we'll have a chat with that. What are your thoughts on that? You're going to have a chance to ask them questions as well, please. I'm not going to block you out of it. You and I are riding the ship this week because I might be running out of here at any point because I still don't feel well. But what are your thoughts on that? That's a big move, I think. I think that's a really big move. And again, the police chief he's an outright open registered Republican, and he worked with a Democratic council and mayor to get this done. What do you think about that?
I think it's interesting that it's not like it's not from like a city exactly where you would almost expect like these kind of reforms where it's like, oh, Philadelphia decriminalized this or whatever. It's, you're talking about.
Laura told me they're the 5th largest municipality in the Commonwealth. I a tad bit embarrassed to admit I had no idea that they were that large. I know it's Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Allentown. I know Bethlehem is the 8th largest, and I know that because I live here. I had no idea. I didn't know that they were that large. And I'm a bit embarrassed to admit that, but I should know that. That's something it's not a hard thing to know a list like that, but what do and I cut you off on your answer. I apologize. Oh, okay. But what do you think about that as a real, what is generally considered to be either a libertarian and or a progressive move, that coming together, and then a Democratic mayor and council coming together with their Republican chief and saying we're going to do this together. Oh, and she mentioned 2 Republican council members voted for it as well.
I'll also be frank about it too. It is something that seems to be more and more bipartisan over time. But I think, as chairman of the Democratic Party, and you and I both being progressives, I think that the Democrats need to get ahead of this and say, like, that's what I'm saying. It's not Philadelphia, it's not Pittsburgh, it's not New York City. It's in Pennsylvania, and it's not a large city. It's like you said, it's one of the fifth largest municipality, but fifth largest is still not New York City or
it's nothing. And it's correct. And I actually mentioned that to her too.
Yeah.
But for inside the borders of our Commonwealth, there's nothing to sneeze at.
No, I'm actually saying it's a good thing that it's good that it's not one of these larger ones, because it's taking another step. It's saying like, hey, you live in the middle of nowhere, maybe, and that's not saying that Upper Darby's the middle of nowhere.
And it's not. No, it's not in the middle of nowhere. But
like,
again,
you could be like, okay, you're a municipality in the middle of Kansas, and you want to decriminalize certain levels of marijuana, and it's showing that you can do this in smaller levels. It doesn't have to be the bigger cities, the bigger counties, the bigger areas. It could be something that's in the middle, or something that's tiny, but the effect is going to trickle up rather than trickle down, which we know it never actually happens with that kind of stuff.
Right.
But
right. Ask the Romans. Ask the Romans how ask the Romans how trickle down works.
But we get that buildup. So we work from the ground up. We start legalizing or decriminalizing, as this one is. But if we start working on decriminalizing, then the next step could be legalization. You get then a good band of municipalities. Maybe you get some counties, and then we'll get our boy John Fetterman up there. We'll get it across the state, and then we'll get it nationally, hopefully.
And his efforts on this, I don't think can be understated either. I think if he doesn't take the tour around the Commonwealth, visiting every single county and some twice, that this doesn't. I don't know that this happens. It's a conversation starter, and I think we sometimes overlook the effect of the conversation starter. I think we tend to overlook or sometimes shove aside, well, he visited every county, I don't see the legislation.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's always the point. As many of you know, if you are a regular viewer, listener, wherever you are, I'm a huge football fan. And no, not American football, real football, the kind you kick with your feet. That's why they call it football. We tend to put in football, as a great example, one 16-year-old, Wayne Rooney comes up as a 16-year-old. He lights the world on fire. The next 16-year-old comes up. He doesn't. And we tend to say he's a failure. That's not, you can't paint everybody with a broad brush. So when the lieutenant governor comes and says, he tours the state and the legislation does not come 5 minutes after the tour ends, well, he obviously didn't succeed. You can't do it that way. I don't think you paint everything with a broad brush. His tour was a conversation starter, which he himself said. Of course he wanted to see legislation come from it, but the point, you have to start somewhere, I guess, is maybe the words I'm looking for. You have to start somewhere. Let me turn it over to you. The folks who are watching are going to see me doing some work here because the folks from Upper Darby are starting to come into the room. I'll let Connor go off and talk a little bit while I let the good folks in from Upper Darby.
For sure. So I would say I'd piggyback off that and say that we have a Republican legislature, so that's obviously going to limit it. I think we need to flip 9 seats in the state house to get a majority there, which then we could maybe do that. And I don't know how many for the state Senate, but
I thought it was 5.
I think it might be.
I think it might be 5.
My state Senate race is not up this year, so it's a little out of my mind right now. I'm working for the state house now, so getting those done. But you can also look at it as, okay, John Fetterman started this statewide tour, doing this, going town to town or county to county, I should say. These conversation starters can't be overstated, because was the Green New Deal a household name 4 years ago? No, nobody had even heard of it. It was with the Green Party, but until we got AOC and we got Bernie and we got Ro Khanna, we got these people talking about it, national TV. It got out, gets to municipalities, and now we have the Sierra Club pushing for pieces of the Green New Deal. Or the same thing goes for Medicare for All. 4 years ago, it wasn't a household thing that everyone knew what Medicare for All meant until Bernie ran for president, and that at least opened it up. Some people definitely knew about it, but it's just something that started coming out more and more into the conversation. People knew and understood what it is. So people think that, you want to just legalize marijuana, you just want to get high or something like that. But no, they take away the aspects of it, that it's criminal justice reform, that it's it goes down the line, racial justice reform. It goes all the way down.
That's what that's what Tom Hartman's calling the libertarians are just, Republicans that want to get laid and get high. Let's just be blunt. That might cross over the edge of what I usually talk, the FCC rules that I usually follow on the program. But I'm not ignoring if you're watching on Facebook, I'm not ignoring the fine people that have joined the room, the good folks that have been kind enough to join us from Upper Darby are coming into the room. Maybe I'm being a bit stodgy and trying to let them all come in at the same time and let them all get here before I turn to them. They're trickling into the room, and I'm very, very honored to have them. I'm trying to get everybody in here, make sure I have everyone first before we turn it over to them. Connor and I are chatting at the moment, and we'll let them all get here, and then we will turn over to talking to them about the really, really important work that they are doing in Upper Darby, and the important ordinance that they passed just this week, and actually some of the fallout from it, and some of the protesting on the other side, and some of the interesting things that have been happening as a result of that. I see 4 of them have come in so far. I do not know if we are expecting. Wait, let me see. 1, 2, 3. I think that might be. I'm not sure if that's everyone or not. Laura, there's 2 more coming. I'm getting a signal. So thank you for that. So we are at 5:30 Eastern time in the United States, and coming from you from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd of August, 2020. It's a Sunday fun day, a little bit of a free-for-all here on the Kennedy Effect. We're welcoming, we have some good folks from Upper Darby Township floating into the room at the moment. We're thrilled that they are here. My co-host for all intent and purpose for the week is Connor O'Hanlon from Bucks County, chair of the Doylestown Democrats, and our first repeat guest. The poor guy was dumb enough to volunteer to be a repeat guest, and sure enough, I took him up on it. And so he's back with us on the Kennedy Effect. If you are, wherever you are watching us on Facebook, we are thrilled that you are here. We're honored and humbled that you are with us. We appreciate it very, very, very much. You can stay wherever you are watching us. If you are watching live, if you're watching on a recorded, thank you for that as well. It is, however, the home group page for the show, titled That Other Side of Information, where we will see your comments and questions, and they are absolutely 100% welcome wherever you fall on the political spectrum. If you agree, disagree, doesn't matter. We're all friends here, and we appreciate it, and you are welcome here. But it is that other side of information where we will actually see that you are with us, that we will welcome you. Your comments and questions are welcome there. The phone number for the show is up on the screen. However, we will speak to our guests at the moment. We won't be taking phone calls at the moment. To our friends at hot101.net, thank you for being here. We are proud to be part of the hot101.net family wherever you are listening all over the globe. Thank you for being here. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, it's very, very simple. You can go to the main website page at, you guessed it, hot101.net. You can also listen to hot101.net through the apps for Hot 101. You can find the hot101.net apps at the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store if you have an Android device. You can also find hot101.net on the TuneIn Radio app. If you wish to advertise on this program? Do you have a business? Do you have a great product, service that you want to promote all over planet Earth or just in your neighborhood? Email us at thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. I'm informed by Laura Wentz that everyone is here. So let's get it turned on to our good friends from Upper Darby to talk about the ordinance that they passed this week and all of the fallout from that, because I did have a chance to speak to Laura on the phone earlier today when I could put my brain together enough to actually have a conversation. Laura was fortunate, wink, wink, I say sarcastically, fortunate enough to suffer through that phone conversation. That wasn't pleasant for her by any means. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over a little bit. I'm going to start with Laura only because she and I know each other a tiny bit, and I will let her sort of walk us through what we're doing at the moment. As I mentioned with Connor in the first half hour, and believe it or not, we're already half hour into the program. After Mr. Levy had a cancel with us, had to step aside, and he will be with us at a further on date. He is not going to walk away from the program. He'll be with us again at a further date. And I talked to Connor, and Connor graciously agreed to, co-host with me for our very first Sunday Fun Day. There'll be others. I very serendipitously found an article that Laura was kind enough to post about this ordinance that passed in Upper Darby, and I immediately contacted her in the comments to see if she'd like to come to the program and kind of talk to us about it. And not only was she kind enough to respond and be very, very gracious with her time, all of the other council members and Chief Bernhardt can blame her for volunteering their time as well, not me. I'm taking myself off the hook entirely. Please blame Laura. That she would bring everyone else on as well to talk about it as well. So, Councilwoman Laura Wentz, welcome to the program.
It's fabulous to be here. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to talk to you about an ordinance that we passed in Upper Darby Township. This ordinance is a decriminalization of small amounts of marijuana. It was brought to us by Councilman Tunis, who is the 7th District Councilman, and then Michelle Billups, Councilwoman Billups, and Councilman Matt Silva are the co-chairs of our Law Government Committee, who then took the ordinance that he brought to us, got the committee together, talked about it, got the lawyers in on it. They made it into an Upper Darby mode. And then, we really kind of hashed through it and discussed, the ordinance itself, and also continually confirmed. Unfortunately, Councilman Tunis is not on that committee, so we were constantly referring back to him and checking with him, make sure he was cool with the changes that the committee wanted to make to it. And it was a cohesive team. We also checked in with Superintendent Bernhardt, superintendent of our police, Bernhardt, as well as our mayor, make sure they were cool with the things we were doing. It really takes a team to make it happen, because we as council members are the legislative side of the government, but it's up to the mayor and the administration, and in this case, Superintendent Bernhardt, to implement the ordinances that we create. So we needed to make sure they were all on board in order for it to move forward.
Well, I have been referring to Superintendent Bernhardt as Chief. I hope he takes no offense. I've been throwing Chief out there, Superintendent. I hope you don't mind.
That's quite all right. Don't worry about it.
So before I turn it over, before I ask Councilman Tunis a question, Laura, how long, generally speaking, not down to the day or hour, but generally speaking, how long of a process are we talking about here from the inception of this idea to a passage are we talking about here in Upper Darby?
Well, that's very interesting that you should ask that question. The time frame has actually just recently changed. Previously, it took 2 meetings. The previous administration had only 1 voting meeting a month, and then a committee meeting at the beginning of the month to discuss what would go on the agenda for the 3rd Wednesday of the month, and then and that was the only day they could vote. We, within a 6 to 7 month period, were able to change that around to, I think it was in July when we passed it, so that we could have 2 voting meetings. So the first Wednesday of the month, it's a workshop committee meeting where we can discuss the ordinances and resolutions, fine tune the wording on it, outside of committees having meetings separately before that meeting. And it also gives the public an opportunity to also weigh in on the wording of the ordinances before they have their official first reading. So we were able to, for this particular ordinance, we were able to have a first reading on the first Wednesday of August and then vote on it this past Wednesday on the 19th of August. Previously to us making 2 public meetings, it would take 2 months to do that, plus the time to discuss it and bring it to council. So we have a little, it takes less time now in theory, but it also gives the residents an opportunity to have a word in what the ordinances say, where previously they never got a word until the public hearing at the final reading of the ordinance, if that makes sense.
So, Councilman Tunis, you have been identified here as the originator of this idea and ordinance. Tell me about where this. I think I know where this comes from, but tell the audience where this comes from. Why is this important to you? And I think not to drill down too deep on my first question, but what is that all important cutoff of what you can carry and not carry, and where, is that the amount that is the holy number there?
Yeah.
Is that the amount that you started with, or was there a negotiation there?
First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for inviting my colleagues and myself here this evening.
First off, do not thank me. Laura volunteered you. You can blame
Thank you, Laura.
her later. You guys, you all are doing me a favor. Please know that. And by the way, you are speaking to a global audience through Hot 101.
Yeah.
No pressure. Don't get nervous. No pressure.
Yeah.
But you all are doing us a favor by sharing your wisdom and your experience here with this ordinance. You're sharing and enlightening, informing the audience. So this is a good thing. It's good for everybody. We're thrilled that you're here. So just please know that it's not, there's no need to thank me. You are all doing us a favor. You're doing the audience a favor, both everyone on Facebook and everybody on Hot 101. So thank you all for being here. But again, let me get back to where does the idea originate for you? And again, that little nut and bolt, maybe it's not a little question, but that little nut and bolt question, what is the magic amount? And is that amount that you settled on, is that the amount that you started with, or was that an amount that needed some negotiation?
Well, yeah. So the origin of this, I was appointed by council in February. And one of the things I was thinking about when I joined council was, how can I really create change in my actual neighborhood? A lot of the stories I heard from a lot of the people in my neighborhood and a lot of things they've been through in Upper Darby stem from them having misdemeanor marijuana on their record, limiting them, stopping them from getting into certain workforces. So luckily I had great leadership. So when I brought this forward to Council President Wentz, along with Mayor Keffer, they took it and they were happy. They seen it as something that was progressive to stop a lot of Black and brown people from hitting that mass incarceration, falling to that mass incarceration statistic, and how this little instant can start, and also how we can also help with community policing and put our officers in better positions to community police. There are more vulnerable areas in our community than somebody having a small amount of marijuana on them. So when I brought that to leadership, and luckily we had a legal team that had experience with it. We looked at different ordinances from different cities and municipalities within the state and see what they did. And we kind of mirrored and see how it fit for Upper Darby. So that was really, there wasn't really much negotiation. We did have a lot of talks about pricing, about finding how we really didn't want to make it progressive. Councilwoman Billups and Councilman Silver were very instrumental in that part of not trying to make it progressive fines. We really didn't want to put the person in a position to add something to the record. We just wanted to take this from a misdemeanor to a summary citation. And we had a Superintendent Barnhart who also supported and helped us with this along the way. So like Council President Laura once said, it was a collective effort. And it was great to have it unanimously passed. So that was awesome.
Thank you. Oh goodness, I lost my place in my message. Sorry, Councilwoman Billups. When this idea first comes to you, what is your initial thought? Are you immediately jumped on board, or does the councilwoman part of you say, okay, but?
Hi, and thank you again for Laura convincing you to have us.
She didn't have to convince me at all. I was thrilled.
I immediately jumped on board just from personal experience with my son. He's a grown man now. And I wish this ordinance was in place when he was younger, because I think it would have helped him out tremendously. So I immediately jumped on board. So it was a no-brainer for me. So and it comes at a good time because a lot of our young men and women may not have this on their record moving forward. So I believe it will help our community, and it will definitely relieve some of the stress for our policemen to focus on some other things that may be more pressing. And even though I don't know about arrest because I'm not a police officer, but I'm sure that it will free them up to do other things, more pressing matters. So yeah.
And Councilman Silva, would you generally agree with that idea? Were you immediately on board when you heard the idea? Were you passive? Did you need to think it through, hear the details first before you signed on?
No, I've been pretty on board. Actually, Councilman Tunis kind of brought it to my attention some months ago, and it was intriguing. He thoroughly researched it, and some of the information I got from him. Also, my wife has a pretty solid criminal justice background. I mean, it wasn't a tough sell for me either. Actually, I was surprised. Like he said, it passed unanimously. Like, we have Republican council people that are on. They were on board. I think the times have changed somewhat on this. I think the events over last summer with with everything that happened, around the tragedy with George Floyd, I think that also the people that use marijuana and the use of marijuana has become a little more acceptable. I think it's a little less taboo. A lot of the people that I know that use marijuana are retired old women. You know what I mean? It's not just some secret, oh, everybody's a hoodlum that's on it. It's as a matter of fact, like one of my instructors when I was training recently was like counting the days down until he could retire where he could, partake. It's not, I think a lot of the taboo is gone, and I think this is actually overdue, but I do appreciate Councilman Tunis's vision to try to move this forward as quickly as he did in Upper Darby. And I think it's going to be a benefit to all our residents.
Superintendent, this is a maybe not the easiest always issue for law enforcement. You have the I don't know if ability is the right word, but you have to look at this from a lot of different angles that perhaps a council person or perhaps even a mayor doesn't always have to look at it from. You and your department are the folks that have to not just take direction from council and from the legislative and the executive, so to speak, but from you're on the streets. When this comes to you, what are your first thoughts? Are you wary of the idea, or are you immediately jumping in, or do you say, I can get with this, but I want to hear, I need a little more input, I need a little more definition, I need a little more detail?
So yes, yes, yes. When this was brought to me by the mayor and council, I was for it. It's something that I've been supportive of and in favor of for quite some time. If you would have asked me this question 24 years ago, that's how many years I have in law enforcement, I would have said no. And if you would have asked, isn't marijuana the gateway drug, I would have said yes. As years and time goes on and experience, it's not like that anymore. Marijuana is something that is more frequently used amongst all ages and all walks of life now. So when it was brought to my attention, I said yes, and I looked at it from a department of our size. It's going to help us with our relationships in the community. It's going to help me and my command staff free up hours of officers being back at the station of paperwork. And it goes back to, I think Councilman Tunis had said it, I had a young female come to me not too long ago with a question. The question was this. She, when she was 18, 16, 17 or 18 years old, was arrested for a small amount of marijuana. She went through the system, spoke to the attorney. The attorney said, oh, you can get it expunged, yada, yada, yada. And here we go, about 12, 15 years later, she's finished college trying to become a nurse, and she could not get her state boards because she had that conviction on her record, not knowing that it wasn't removed. So back to what Councilman Tunis had said, it takes away a lot of opportunities for the youth to proceed and move forward in life because they got caught with a little bit of marijuana. So Pennsylvania has the 33 grams or less for simple possession. Now, this does not supersede us from still enforcing the Pennsylvania Crimes Code. This is for those that have a little bit of marijuana or smoking a blunt or kids when we come across them, and it's our discretion. Years ago, we were able to cite for disorderly conduct for a small amount of marijuana. That had gotten challenged through the courts, and we were no longer allowed to do that. So our discretion was kind of taken away. If someone was caught with marijuana, you had to go through the process, had to put them through the system. They'd have to see a judge, have to get arraigned, have to be put in front, have bail, hire an attorney, and go through, and they would have it on their criminal record. So this helps us. It helps the police officers with the community. It helps the community. It helps those that are going to have a little bit of marijuana on them. But again, it still doesn't supersede. If there is someone out there who is selling marijuana, they're still going to be charged with that. This just helps everybody across the board, I think.
Superintendent, I don't want to oversimplify the answer you just provided us with, but I'm going to possibly do that anyway. Are you saying, if I'm, again, I don't want to oversimplify it, but are you saying that this alleviates your department with I don't want to say something that you don't want to bother with. That's not the right wording. It's alleviating you of something that kind of a crime that isn't a crime, that you don't, it takes a burden away from you. I might be grasping for words a little bit here, but I think
so. You're looking for the right word. Burden?
Yeah,
sure. I mean,
you understand what I'm trying to ask you.
I follow you. Yeah. So is anything a burden? No. I mean, us in law enforcement, we are tasked with a lot of things. I mean, sometimes people use the word burden. This is going to help us. It's going to help everyone. It's going to simplify things. And again, it's, you get a kid or you get an adult or you get a young professional, a college student, anybody that has a little bit of marijuana on them, this helps both them and it helps us. For us, as far as manpower, some officers, some people are better at paperwork and things than others. Somebody could come back with a simple possession case and be in and out the door in 20 minutes. Other officers could be there for 2 to 3 hours while it's taking away from manpower on the street. But I think, going back to the community and the officers, this is going to help us. It's going to help families. When an officer comes in contact with someone who has a little bit of marijuana and they're going to take it and they're going to get a citation, I think when that individual and the family members of that individual realize, oh, wow, the officers just gave them a citation, something we can all work with, we can all afford. It's a $75 fine versus oh, my son has to be in front of a judge, bail's going to be set, and they may or may not go out to the prison, and then they have to get an attorney and have to fight it through the system, and it's going to be part of their record. I think this is a win-win for that aspect, for both, everybody involved.
Again, at the risk of not oversimplifying it, it's not making a mountain out of a molehill, so to speak.
Yes, correct.
So joining us through the Zoom, which folks that that we do here, we use Zoom, we share that to Facebook, and our friends on Hot 101, you get the audio part of it. Joining us through the Zoom but on the phone is the mayor of Upper Darby, Barbara Ann Keffer. Mayor, thank you for being here.
So the mayor's having some issues with her line. She's been unmuting herself, but it hasn't been showing. So I just emailed her the link and everything, hoping that she can hop back on via actual Zoom so that we can see her and speak to her. So I'm hoping she will be getting on, because somehow she can't connect from the phone. She can't unmute.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
Connor, jump in if you have questions. I'm going to ask another question, and I'll set you up and let you take a whack at it. I'll put the ball on the tee. But can we talk about a little bit, and I'll just open the floor. We're not, this isn't super formal. I'll open the floor to whoever wants to jump in. But can we talk about the multi-layered issue that this is? I think we tend to, I talked to Connor a little bit before you were all kind enough to join us here, that I believe that we tend to sometimes put this issue in single file. Libertarians look at it as a freedom issue. We sometimes look at it as a racial issue because the arrests are disproportionately our black and brown sisters and brothers. We tend to look at it sometimes as an economic issue. We look at it as a criminal justice issue. But we tend to look at it singly as that issue and not the multi-layered issue. We don't look at it as all of those things at the same time. Does anybody want to jump ahead? And the law enforcement issues the superintendent mentioned, the manpower issue, the paperwork issue, the economic issue, not just as an expense issue or having that on your record, but the court costs, the hours, the hours of cost, that the courts are tied up with these things, the lawyers, the paperwork, the so on and so on. Does someone want to perhaps mention that or speak in their thought processes in the formulation of this ordinance, not just perhaps for Upper Darby, but you're thinking, is that part of the thinking behind this? That I see Councilman Tunis shaking his head, that this issue is not just that one thing, it's all of these things.
Yeah, and that's exactly, not to bring it back to Upper Darby, but that's exactly why I feel like it passed unanimously. When I was bringing the ordinance forward and I was taking a look, and I was reaching out to people, hearing different stories. I was hearing stories from young professionals, parents, their records were ruined, older people that were just recreationally smoking marijuana, and it ruined their record and their careers. So it is, like you said, it's very layered, and it does deal with, it has a racial layer to it. It has a component of economic levels to it. So, and that's why we believed it was perfect for Upper Darby. For example, Upper Darby is one of the most diverse townships in Pennsylvania. We have over 100 nationalities right in our own township. So this is affecting a very, I kind of call it a microcosm of America sometimes. It's affecting a lot of people, and hopefully Delaware County and Pennsylvania can see how this works in Upper Darby and maybe bring it to their municipality, their city, or their borough. But yeah, for those reasons you said, it is very layered. And when I was talking to my colleagues that are on this call, they all brought in different aspects. And that's what, like Laura's council president once said, we came together and brought this forward.
I promised Connor the next question, and then now I'm going to step on him. He can yell at me later. But Mayor Barbara Ann Keffer is nice enough to join us. She was able to get in on the video because we were having phone issues. Boy, I'll tell you what, that maybe Connor and I'll talk about it later in the program as we fill the time. But boy, if COVID hasn't taught us anything, is that broadband is an issue in this Commonwealth. My goodness gracious, is broadband an issue in this Commonwealth? Although I would say, not to derail us off on the broadband, because we have an issue that we're talking about, but if you're willing to pay enough for it, you can get it. But I'll tell you what, my goodness, what is that? Oh, thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Laura. Yes.
The mayor has been kind enough to join us as well and join the conversation. She was able to get in by video. So, Mayor, you didn't have a chance to speak on any of this yet. So I will just, but I think you were able to listen. So let me just sort of generally open the floor to you for whatever thoughts on anything that we've covered so far, and just your thoughts on the whole process coming from the executive side of things, the executive branch, so to speak, the side of things, and your dealings with the folks on council, dealings with the superintendent, your thoughts on the issue, how the whole ordinance came to be. Did you jump on board immediately? Were you hesitant? Did you have to hear things shake out? The thoughts from the community, so on, so on, so on. Laura told me also that you had some happenings at the house. If you would like to get into that, we could get into that as well. This is a political program, so I will just let me just open the floor to you, since you didn't have a chance to speak on anything yet. Feel free, have at it.
Look, I'll say that COVID has brought so many challenges to the township in every department that we have, but I'm really proud of the how we can work together between the executive, between the mayor's office and council and the police department. And we had conversations about this particular ordinance. I'd say, over the last 2 months, especially. And I'm very proud and happy that we've gotten a lot of stuff done, despite the challenges of being a new administration and a tough transition. And I think, and I've said this to council before, that this particular ordinance is probably the most impactful long-term for the people of our community than anything else that they have worked on and passed this year, which has been very many things. And I think also that, and which is a great thing, this might be the first ordinance that has complete bipartisan support.
Mm-hmm.
Not one person voted no. We did have some discussions 2 weeks ago at the committee meeting about whether we make it like a parking ticket or graduate it to having the police department track, like, is this the person's second time, third time? We don't want to do that. And maybe I'll go out on a limb here and say that I think marijuana should be legal, but it's not up to me to decide that. But this is a nice first step. It's going to keep a lot of people out of the court system. It's going to free up our courts. It's going to free up the police, like Superintendent Bernhardt said, from all the paperwork they have to do. This is, we all know right now it's illegal. So is underage drinking, so is drinking and driving. There's a lot of things that are illegal. Parking tickets. That's illegal. Like you park, you don't pay, but you're just going to get this simple citation and we'll move on from there. But I'm just really happy. I think since January, we've been able to get a lot of stuff done. And like I said before, that I think this in the long term for Upper Darby, for the police department, for the courts and everything, this is like the most important and far-reaching ordinance or legislation that's going to get done this year. So I'm really happy about it.
And I'd like to tag in on that. One of the things that we did this past winter, Superintendent Bernhardt was kind enough to set up Citizens Police Academy for council, and all of our new council members, basically all the Democrats came and took part in the police academy. It was quite an eye-opening experience. And he himself was the one who taught the narcotics part of the training, and decriminalizing marijuana was one of the conversations we had during that training. And this was all before COVID-19 hit. So we were able to actually go to the police department and have these, we had class every Thursday night for 6 weeks. And it was very beneficial. We all learned a whole lot. And it also helped to break some of any kind of barriers there may have been between council members and the officers. We had really deep conversations about meaningful situations and difficult situations. So we got a chance to really connect with Superintendent Bernhardt and our officers in a way that we had never connected with them before. And also found that it was very crucial as a new majority on council. It was really important for us to have that connection with them, because before we were the minority party on council, and therefore there were a lot of misconceptions on who we were and who they were. And so that police academy that we had with them really helped to bridge those gaps. So I do recommend any municipality that has a police force to definitely do the police academy with them, because it was super beneficial, and it really helped us to be really comfortable with having these difficult conversations with him and our officers. So I do highly recommend that. And that really started the ball rolling on when Councilman Tunis brought this to us. It was almost really a no-brainer for a lot of us. I mean, for myself, on my activism side, anything to reduce the school to prison pipeline is essential. And decriminalizing small amounts of marijuana is one of the key ways of doing it. We want our youth to be able to go out and do things, and if they happen to have been arrested for small amounts of marijuana, you don't want it to end their future. And for so many people it did. And it's not just the young kids, it's the adults. It's anyone anywhere in life that happened to smoke a joint and they got caught, or whatever the reasoning is, right? So this is basically a way to help prevent that from happening, help to, change the approach. Then our officers they're not the bad guy, because they're just giving you a ticket. They're not destroying your future, right? And it really helps to build their relationships with our community. And as Councilman Tunis had pointed out, the diversity, Upper Darby is a refugee hub. We have at least 30,000 residents who are not actual citizens of the United States. Many of them are in the pathway to citizenship, but they're not necessarily there yet. So when we talk about our constituents, we talk about our residents, because if you only talk about citizens, you're not speaking about everyone who lives in your township. So I just wanted to throw that in.
We are at the top of the hour, entering our second hour here on the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd of August, 2020. We are thrilled to have you with us wherever you may be watching or listening around the globe. Wherever you are with us on Facebook, throughout the 30 to 40 different pages, groups, platforms, if you are watching, listening in the background, wherever you may be watching live or on the recording, thank you for being here on yet another Sunday, the 23rd of August. Thank you for being here. Wherever you fall on the political spectrum, you are welcome. You are respected here. Whether we agree, disagree is not the point. The point is we're here having a conversation. You are welcome here. You are respected here. It is, however, our home Facebook group page titled That Other Side of Information that I will see your name and that you are watching, and I will see your comments and questions there. That's where I will see you. Wherever you are watching, you're welcome to stay there. We appreciate that you're there. We appreciate that you're watching. It's your your comments and questions at that other side of information where I will see you. To our friends and family, our brothers and sisters at hot101.net, thank you for being there. We are proud and humbled and honored to be part of the hot101.net family around the globe. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, it is very, very simple. You can go to the main website page at, you guessed it, hot101.net. You can also find hot101.net at the apps, hot101.net at the Apple App Store, or if you have an Android device, the Google Play Store. You can also find hot101.net through the TuneIn Radio app. And if you have a business, product, service, or anything of the like that you would like to advertise anywhere around this wonderful blue globe of ours, planet Earth, the only planet that we have, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, just email us here at thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. All one word, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. We are here with most of the leadership team of the Township of Upper Darby, who just passed an ordinance to decriminalize small amounts of marijuana in their township, done on a very bipartisan basis, which I think is exceptionally important. Very, very, very important. The chief just left, the superintendent just left my screen. I was just going to ask him a question, but I think he might have left us, unfortunately. I was just going to ask him a question. Oh, it's the way the day is going.
He'll probably come back.
He'll come back, but that's okay. I will ask him a question. But Connor, I promised you a question. Connor O'Hanlon, I called the bullpen. I needed an ace, and I brought him in out of the bullpen when my regularly scheduled guest had to deal with a family issue, and he graciously came in. So Connor, join the questioning. Ask the folks a question. Take it, my friend.
Okay, so as Jeff was talking about, you guys decriminalized a small amount of marijuana, and that's awesome. And I want to do stuff here where I live in Doylestown, Pennsylvania, but I'm not an elected official. But my question is generally just an open-ended, anyone can jump in on this, is what are the next steps to getting it up the chain, right? So to me, I love working ground up, right? So we're going to get municipalities to county to state to national. So, and it doesn't have to be just around marijuana, but it could be around criminal justice reform, racial justice reform, economic reform. What do you feel are the next steps that can push this conversation forward in any of those realms?
So I think that the next thing we need to do is to talk to our state legislature, because you're absolutely right. I think Mr. Kennedy said that this whole thing with decriminalizing marijuana involves, it's a lot of layers, right? It is criminal justice, it is economic justice, it is racial justice. So because it's the entire spectrum. So the conversation does not stop there. So we need to talk to our legislatures and say, hey, you see what Upper Darby did, right? So what can we do in the state? So, and then bring it to the table and say, this is what Upper Darby did. So what are you going to do for Pennsylvania? And see what they did. I know Governor Wolf, they just passed sweeping reform for the police. And I think that's great, but it does not need to stop there. And I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what economic justice looks like. But it needs to be a conversation. It needs to be more than just 2 people or 4 people sitting at the table. It needs to be all of the local municipalities at that table talking to these people, these legislatures, and say, hey, this is what needs to happen, because this is what's happening in my backyard, and this is how we need to change it. And it needs to be local people, because they know what's happening in their neighborhood, right? So they know what's happening next door. I might not know what's happening, but my local my pastor may know, or the grocery store person may know. So it may need to be a forum type thing that happens. So that's what I think. It needs to be serious conversation and see and then go from there. That's what I think.
And I think we should tag in the mayor because I know that there's some things that she actively did with Superintendent Bernhardt to really move Upper Darby forward before we even got this ordinance in our hands. So Mayor Keffer, did you want to talk about what you've done so far?
Just for your listeners who may or may not know, we've been in office since January. It was a historic election in that we sort of overturned the Republican machine. We have, the Democrats have control of council and the mayor seat. So we have control of administration. And one of the things that we've done is to revamp our civil service commission. So Superintendent Bernhardt, he also we issued a test in July for promotions within the police department. We're looking to diversify the police department and the fire department and the township in general, but the Civil Service Commission is a good place to start. So within the next, I'd say month or two, and again, everything's a little bit slowed down because of COVID, we will issue just general tests for our police officers and for our firefighters. But as I said before, Superintendent Bernhardt has been excellent. I mean, the strategy when looters came to 69th Street, I think everything's been handled very well. We work together. Before we speak to the media, we're talking to each other to make sure that we're not operating as separate kingdoms, right? It's one township with many departments. The police department is one, fire department's another, public works, L&I, all that kind of stuff. But we're working together to build Upper Darby as one community. So that's been really important. And
you did the Obama's my brother's keeper, right? Is that?
Yes. And before we adopted that, I was in conversation with Superintendent Bernhardt, and a lot of this stuff seems commonsensical, but it's good that when it becomes official, when it's voted on, when it's presented in an official way through a proclamation or whatever, and we're all making steps, I think, to just to build a better community.
Superintendent, let me ask you, your position, I believe by definition even, is a nonpartisan position. I must admit, Laura outed you a tiny bit, that you are a member of the Republican Party, so she outed you a tiny bit. But I think this is a really important question.
I don't know for certain. I just suspected. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Let me ask you what I think is a really important. Let me ask you what I think is a really important question. Let me ask you what I think is a really important question, and I think it's a very a question that provides our country, your community, your county, and our Commonwealth and our country a very bright signal of hope when it needs it desperately. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, I had a very dear friend of mine who is an exceptionally staunch Republican on the program. We agreed on precious little, but at the end of the day, we are still friends. I know if my home burnt down tomorrow, he'd probably be one of the first ones to offer me a bed. And the same in reverse. We don't agree on anything, but we're friends. And I think that's very, very important. How important is it? I think it's exceptionally important. How important is it? What kind of example is it? What kind of ray of hope is it? Light at the end of the tunnel is it? Light in the dark places is it? That this was a bipartisan effort.
I think it's huge. I think it speaks volumes that, like the mayor said, there was Republican control and Democratic control is now in place. And the mayor and I, for 8 months now, have been working together and moving things forward. And I've said to the mayor on many occasions, I'm not a politician, I'm a police chief. And I'm here to make life better for all the residents, constituents, people, whether they live here, travel through here, work here, go to school here. That's my job, is to make sure everyone is safe, sound, and everyone is treated fair and equally. And the mayor and I have been successful.
And I don't ask you that question to necessarily get Laura in trouble, but I mean, when wearing a mask can become a politicized issue, how important is it that I mean, you answered my question, but I think you understand. I'm trying to get to a deeper point here, that when an issue like marijuana, in this case, decriminalization, we could talk, I suppose we could expand the conversation about full legalization, but when an issue that can be as charged as decriminalization, I think it's a vital, maybe this isn't even a question as much as it is a statement that any of you, please feel free to jump in on. How it's exceptionally important, I think, and maybe one of the biggest things that's come out of the news of this ordinance is that it was unanimous. It was cross-party. The council spoke to the mayor, who spoke to the superintendent, who spoke to the council, who spoke to the mayor, who spoke. This was everybody was in this, and both parties were in this, and it was unanimous. And it sounds to me like it was smooth through the negotiation, through the it was a discussion. It was not an argument. There was not well, we can talk about, I suppose we can talk about what happened at Mayor's house, but that's perhaps a somewhat separate thing. But I mean, it's a
completely different issue.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Completely different issue.
Sadly what we're in these days, but I think you understand what I'm getting at. This is a significant, perhaps Councilman Silva might want to admit he hasn't spoken in a while. This is a big deal to me.
We try to maintain a level of civility in the council room, and I think that's something that we at times is difficult, right? Because some of these issues are heated, some of these issues are partisan. I think though what you have to look at with like decriminalization is like there's always been a traditional cause and effect, right? Somebody has a small amount of marijuana, they get busted for it, eventually they go to harder drugs. Well, is it because they started with marijuana, or is it because they had a misdemeanor? Like that's kind of the cause effect that somehow people lose track of. And I think that's something that, we were able to deliberate, both members of our party and the, the Republicans were eloquent. We make it a point to communicate with each other, hear each other out, because that's at the end of the day, that's what we're here to do, right? We're here to govern for everybody in Upper Darby. It wasn't like a blowout race last year. It was, it was close enough that, we represent people from all walks, and we represent people with all different viewpoints. And at the end of the day, we're governing for all of them, which I think is the most critical thing, that we, you can't go with an idea because it's a partisan idea. You have to go with an idea because it's a good one. And I think at the end of the day, I think that's what, that's what this passed. But, and again, I guess we're looking at a different approach. Just because this is something we've always done doesn't make it right, doesn't make it effective. There's a lot of ordinances that are going to get looked at in the next couple months because that's what we've always done. Well, that's not good enough. You kind of like, animal control. Okay. Just kind of put it out there. It's illegal to feed stray cats in Upper Darby. It's like this thing. It's been going on for 30 years. There's no shortage of stray cats in Upper Darby. So what we need to do is something a little more scientific based, something a little more logical, something that's actually going to like diminish the health issue that is like the stray animals and stuff like that. So I know it's off the topic, but at the same time too, you're trying to alleviate an issue. You're not trying to push. It's not so much trying to push an agenda. You're trying to alleviate an issue. You know what I mean? Like I was like, I don't know, telling people that the potholes don't care what party I am. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you're just trying to get the job done. So, and that's what I hope we're doing with this.
Superintendent, what was I would assume that through this process, you had discussions with your rank and file. What has been their reaction? What has been their thoughts? Are they generally happy about this? Are they relieved? Are they, what has been the general reaction from them?
So is it for the marijuana ordinance you're speaking about?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you're always in life, you're going to have some naysayers and you're going to have those that buy in behind it 100%. There are those that are skeptical, questioning, like, hey, no, the law's the law, marijuana is illegal, they need to be arrested. But as a whole, everyone was receptive and they understand when they sit back and look at the big picture, it's a win-win for everybody. It's easier to have a conversation with someone who has a little bit of marijuana versus arresting someone for a little bit of marijuana and bringing them back and then having to explain to them that, number one, they have to see a judge. Number two, they're going to have a criminal record. And number three, this could take months to be resolved. So they're getting it. And it's a win-win, and everyone realizes that.
Connor, go ahead, mate. I've been rude to you. Yeah, go ahead. You get one question, and I'm taking over here. Go ahead, go for it.
So I'll say, I'll kind of say, and then I guess it'll form into more of a question after. It's quite apparent now that you can tell that off-year elections are very important and local races are very important. So do you feel like that an ordinance like this just was waiting to happen and you just needed to get a Democratic majority to push it forward? Or do you feel like it would have just happened if someone brought it up with the Republican majority, since it passed with bipartisanship? I don't know how the flip happened in Upper Darby, so I don't know if it was just, a full flip. I know every municipality is very different, but yeah. So like basically, do you feel like it would have passed just eventually given time, or it required a Democratic majority?
Is that for me, Connor?
It's an open question.
Okay.
I was just going to say, previously, or at least I was elected to council 2017, so I started on council 2018-19. Mayor Keffer at the time was also a councilwoman. We ran it together, council at large. With the council that we were working with, that group, I could not fathom it ever passing with that council. Fair Districts 2018 tried to get their resolution through. It passed through a Republican county council, but our council butchered it into something that did not look anything like it. And also this past Wednesday, we just passed the Fair Districts resolution in its entirety. The way it was handed to us just turned into Upper Darby mode. During that one in 2018, I made a motion to amend it. Barbara at the time seconded it for me, and then I basically replaced their resolution with the Fair Districts resolution, and it was shot down. So if they really were going to be, broad-minded at that time, that was the prime example that they could have done it, right? So if they couldn't even pass the Fair Districts resolution that actually did not force them as a local municipality to not gerrymander their municipalities, that it was statewide, it had nothing to do with the local, but yet they still couldn't pass it on their own in its original form. So I couldn't fathom them passing the decriminalization on their own either. But that's just my opinion on that one. I think having so many Democrats on council really helped to make that happen. But that's just my opinion on that one. So.
If I could, it's not just a Democrat-Republican thing. This no. Council is the most diverse Upper Darby Township council that we've ever had, and maybe in the future it'll become more diverse. I'm not sure, but we have a lot of people from a lot of different communities, and I think that's really the kind of yeast that made the bread rise, because Hafiz is the one that was really excited about bringing this forward. And maybe would the Republicans have gotten to it eventually? Like perhaps, but it's something that he saw in his community directly that he wanted to bring forward. And I credit it to that. So it as much as party is important, I think there's more to it than that. And I think it's that wide diversity that we have on council now that really represents the community, because it really does represent the community.
Yeah, and that's what I can't really speak on previous, because I'm probably the newest council member, but something that Connor did bring up that I wanted to highlight was the importance of off-year elections. And since announcing this, On my social media, I gained 400 Instagram followers from Upper Darby. And these are young people, right? Between the ages of 18 and 30. So these are 400 people that never knew what their council person did. Now they see that, all right, there's an ordinance. Now they make a connection. So that's also an angle I was looking at too, because like I'm only 23. And like a lot of my friends, they look at a council member as the lowest form of government, but they don't actually understand what I do. They just think I go around like making sure people grass is cut and beautification, those type of things. So like, to piggyback off of Councilman Silva, I think that's what kind of connected to our other colleagues was the fact that we pointed out too that this is gonna bring in a lot of people that weren't aware. So now a lot of young people are like, oh, like, okay, what else does council do? So it has a kind of big effect in that aspect too. And I'm happy you brought up off-year elections.
Yeah, I mean, so full disclosure, I'm the chair of the Democratic Party here in Doylestown, but I ran last year, as you can see my poster back there.
We got to connect.
As a 23-year-old. So that's why
Yeah.
I get very excited when I see fellow young people running for office. I'll piggyback off of my previous question, and anyone feel free to jump in as well. But
Connor was 24 when he got elected chair. He's aged about 12 years in the last few months.
Oh, sure, good sign.
it has been a rough few. When your first election as chair is during a global pandemic, you know you're doing something great. But I'll piggyback off of my original question here was, but do you? So now, let's just say we get past 2020, whatever the outcome is, we're going to go into local elections again in 2021. Do you fear or do you have any concerns over whether it be legitimate criticisms or fear mongering around the legislation, the resolution that you guys just passed for the elections in 2021?
I mean, for
I'll
me
just
as an
jump in.
individual.
Let me just jump in and say, another reason why the legislation passed unanimously was because we have Tim Bernhardt as our police superintendent. I'm not sure that his predecessor was in favor of something like this, or it would simply have been done before. But no, I think this legislation is sort of commonsensical, right, on many levels, and it won't be something that kneecaps candidates in next year's election. This is, like I said before, I think it's the most important far-reaching legislation that council has passed this year, but they've done a lot of other work in the last 7 or 8 months, and it might not be immediate. It doesn't change things, within, a month or two, but all the quality of life legislation that they've passed is going to be a payoff. This is a very tough year. I think sometimes because we're used to being under quarantine, wearing masks, social distancing, restaurants being closed, and everything's different. Everything's been turned on its head this year. And sometimes when we think about it, we forget what things were like before. But this will be over at some point. And this council will have a lot of good things to talk about to people about improving the quality of life and driving Upper Darby in very forward thinking. Mm-hmm. So this is a feather in their cap. This will be like, yes, of course that should have been the way it was, years ago. No, it's but we still have a lot of hard work to do. That's not to say that people are going to rest on laurels of what's happened, but I think candidates are going to have a lot of good things to talk about next year. So
I agree, and I think when we were talking about this ordinance when we were in committee, and I think Superintendent Bernhardt played a big part because some of the Republicans, when we were discussing this, they played up about the fines. They wanted to make it progressive, and they were, in my opinion, a lot of them didn't understand what decriminalization meant because they just kept talking about the fines when that wasn't the point. It was really about decriminalizing a small amount of marijuana, because it wasn't about, because we still have the law to follow. You know, if people were driving drunk or if they got pulled over for smoking marijuana, those laws still are in place. So when Chief Superintendent Bernhardt was there and he said that he support this ordinance, that changed a lot, that shifted a lot. So I agree with the mayor that the previous administration, the previous superintendent, it probably would not have went through. So I appreciate the current superintendent for that. So and off-year elections are, you know, I agree. We're going to have a lot to talk about, and a lot of I think we have a lot to do, but we have a lot of accomplishment that we did do. So it's going to be a good year, I think, my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
What does this? We don't necessarily have to leave this topic. Well, actually, let me do this. We're at the bottom of the second hour already, believe it or not. Our good friends from Upper Darby have been with us for an entire hour, and if you have to leave the program, you certainly, you know, we don't mean to hold you here any longer than you want to be here. It is a Sunday evening. I believe Sunday evenings are still predominantly a family time. So if you need to leave us, that I appreciate the time that you have been here, and you are welcome to stay, of course. But if you have to go, I understand. It is 6:33 p.m. Bottom of the second hour already in the Eastern Time Zone here on the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd of August, 2020. Wherever you are watching or listening on Facebook, we appreciate it very, very much. We're glad that you're here. To our friends and family, brothers and sisters on hot101.net, thank you for being here. Hot101.net, the main website page, and the apps on the Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn Radio app. If you wish to advertise on the program, just email us at thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. Talking with the majority of council of Upper Darby Township, also Mayor Barbara Ann Keffer and Superintendent Tim Bernhardt about the recent decriminalization ordinance of marijuana in Upper Darby Township. We can return to that ordinance if you wish, of course. I don't want to walk away from that, but given the very, very productive cross-party and cross-branch discussion and cooperation that happened with this ordinance, what do you feel? Is this something that you feel will be able to carry on? Is this have you established a new normal in Upper Darby? Do you think that you'll be, you know, what is next? Retrofitting buildings for green energy, or is it, road rebuilding infrastructure, road policies, or repaving, or is it, what is next? Is this
Or go to the park?
Parks and rec? I mean, is it
Goats?
Goats? You didn't tell me about you mentioned the goats when we were talking on the phone before. What are we goats eating weeds? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
I love it. New York City does that, by the way. New York City does it. They send the goats into Central Park.
Yeah.
It's the most natural, easy way for weed control. It seems like a no-brainer to me. But is this
weed control?
Yeah, is this a new? Have you established a new normal in Upper Darby with this ordinance, given the fact that it was unanimous, cross-party, so much cooperation between mayor, council, and you, superintendent? Is this a new normal in Upper Darby, do we think?
I'd say there are aspects that's a new normal. I think that our communication with Superintendent Bernhardt and our police department is definitely part of the new normal, as far as all of council being, we respect our police force. We connect with them. The real testimony or example of that was when Mayor Keffer mentioned it, looters came to Upper Darby 69th Street. And our police force, under the leadership of Superintendent Bernhardt, they acted as a unified force. They worked and he can talk to you more about it, they worked to protect our community. No one was injured looters, protesters, officers. No one was injured. It did not become a military scene. It was they did an amazing job at protecting and saving businesses as far as their workers that were trapped inside stores while looters were in the stores with them. So I would really like to tag Superintendent Bernhardt to talk more about that, because the work they did there on 69th Street was outstanding, and they really protected our community. Go for it.
Thanks, Laura. First off, I appreciate everyone's support on here, and I think that's the key is moving forward. It's cohesive. We're going to have some bumps in the road, but we're working together and we're looking to solve problems and move everything forward. And that speaks to the council, the mayor, myself, the team that I have in place, the administration, the police officers. We're just looking for every day to be better than the next. And we are going to move forward, and we're going to make Upper Darby Township better than it is. It's plain and simple.
Superintendent, what unique for 30,000 residents of the township who are not citizens, and I don't want to get mired in semantics, but those particular terms do mean something. They do have a legal ramification. At the same time, is a lot. That's a big number for a place that is not what we would normally think of. It's not New York, Chicago, LA, San Francisco, Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, Phoenix, or Philadelphia, or Pittsburgh, or to be honest, Allentown for that matter. What are the unique circumstances, the unique conditions, the unique just day-to-day things that you deal with that? That's a big number. I mean, what comes with that? That's a big question, I guess. That we could probably do a.
That is a loaded question.
We could probably do a show.
We'll break that down a little bit. Let me say this to try and simplify.
But that's a unique situation. I mean, it's not Philadelphia. Let's just be blunt. It's not Pittsburgh. It's not New York. That's a big number for a township like Upper Darby. That's a unique thing that you have to deal with on a day-to-day basis.
It is. It's a huge number, and the obstacle there is trying to get those that aren't comfortable for whatever their reasons may be, or may not speak English or speak English very limited, is trying to get them to come forward and realize that we're here for them. We're not looking to take anyone and put them anywhere that they shouldn't be. This is where they are. These are their homes. They're living here. They're working here. They're going to school here. So that we're here to make sure they understand that they're comfortable, and anything they need, we will support them. The key is when they become victim of crimes, we want them to come forward and we want them to report that crime to us so we can help them and assist them. It's not to try and get them to come forward to turn them over to another agency and have them deported. That's not it at all. So that's kind of the thing that we're faced with, is trying to get them to come forward and realize that we're here and we will assist them.
And if they were a witness, not just a victim, but a witness of a crime, you need their buy-in. You need their cooperation.
100%, we need that. Correct.
And you need them to be without fear that cooperation is going to cost them something else down the line.
Correct. Yep.
And also to point out that, like, in our schools, the high school itself is where everyone goes to the same high school. There's multiple elementary schools and middle schools throughout the township, but there's only one high school. And I believe it's almost 80 different languages are spoken at that one high school. So communication is a key, and finding ways to break down the languages. I mean, we have a multicultural center. They indicate that only 7 languages need to be, like, forms have to be in 7 different languages, but there's 80 spoken in the schools, in the high school. So whatever we can do to, break that language barrier, we try. We whatever we can do, that's one of the key things, is breaking that language barrier, and communicating with our residents. And I'm not very good at I speak French, but barely. I'm better at reading it. I'm dyslexic, so I mess up the language itself. So, but yes, anything that we can do on far as information that we share with residents, or to even the website, being able to click a button to change the language of the website so that they can see it in a language that they understand. So things like that.
Councilwoman Phillips, I come to you with this question specifically, and the weekend after, the Sunday after Mr. Floyd was murdered, I co-hosted a nearly 12-hour-long online vigil for him, and I was honored to interview Congressman Raskin, Senator Hughes, Senator Haywood, United States Senator Durbin, and many others. And I was struck at when I asked them two basic, simple questions, how even they, at times, I'm sure they've thought about this at times in their lives, but at the time that I asked them, how the questions seemed to take them back. And that is that regardless, that basically this whole construct of race, which by the way doesn't scientifically exist, we are all the same race, we're Homo sapiens, we're human beings, and that this construct, this mental construct that we've developed across the centuries, is based on the fact that you, for those who are watching, happen to have a bit more melanin in your skin than I. And by the way, I'm Irish. I'm literally sucking in the light around me. I'm damn near translucent, depend on when you catch me at a good day. You know, I mean, you can, the blue veins, the whole 9 yards. I only have two colors, practically translucent and burnt. That's it. That's all there is. So that this whole construct is based on the fact that you have a tad more melanin than I. You don't want anything different than me. You'd like a decent home, a decent living, safety for you and your family, a good school. I mean, I would love to hit a big lottery and have, you know, homes in my favorite vacation places. And, you know, I've always wanted an Aston Martin, but I'm not going to have one. But I mean, but you don't want anything different than I. We're not terribly different, you and I. You just happen to have more melanin in your skin than I. And in a city in a township as terribly diverse as yours, isn't that really what it all basically comes down to? There might be 80 different languages and folks from so many different countries, but isn't that at the end of the day what it comes down to? Is that the folks in your township, they don't want different things. They just might look a tad different.
Unmute.
So are you asking me if I want the same thing as you, or do I think?
Wouldn't you say that that regardless of where the folks come in your township, that we all of us, whether it is you and I or all the folks in your township, regardless of where they come from or what they look like, we all basically want the same thing. We just would like to be safe, have a decent place for our families to live, a decent school, enough money that if we need to see a doctor, we can, a little bit of money for a rainy day, safe streets, you know, a clean home, enough clothes to take care of us for when it rains, gets cold, gets hot, things like that.
Yeah, I think fundamentally at the end of the day, yes, we all want the same thing. You know, I think as a African-American woman, yeah, I want the same thing as my counterpart who might be a woman of a lighter hue. Yes, I want safety. I want to walk out on the street and not be pulled over just because my skin is darker. I don't want to be accused of something that I did not do. I also want to be treated equally just because my skin is dark. You know, I want to be treated equally. So that's what I want at the end of the day. You know, I think the whole thing with George Floyd, why it blew up so much is because, quite honestly, if that was you or if that was another white person, you know, it would have been an outrage. You know, it still would have been an outrage. You know, and those officers would have been arrested instantly. You know, they would have been fired. They would have been arrested. They would have been held to trial. You know, it would not be taking this long for them to be court. So you're right. At the end of the day, yes, I want to be treated fairly. I want equal justice, not just because my skin is a different color. So yeah.
I guess that's my point, is that you don't want anything that any of the rest of us want.
No, no.
What a dramatic concept. Isn't it
Right.
sad? Isn't it sad the levels and numbers of folks in our country that can't get it?
Right.
Isn't it incredible? You
Yeah.
don't want anything more or special than what I want, or that Connor or Laura or the superintendent or the mayor or Mr. Silva want.
Right.
And also to kick in, as women, women are paid less than men. So in the corporate realm, the non-union realm, women are paid less than men, right? And then women of color are paid even less than white women or Asian women. Actually, Asian women are paid the most out of the female category. And I think this August we had the equal pay moment of where a woman of color from 2019 caught up to a white man in pay in 2019. And when the recession hit in 2008, it was the men who lost their jobs first than the women because they were being paid more than the women. So when we talk about equality, when she's mentioning equality, yeah, she wants to be treated the same, but she also, we got to change the way women are paid and pay everyone equally. And that's one of the things that, we've talked about as far as in Upper Darby Township was the comparison in the salaries between the men who had the jobs and the women who were doing all the work. And the guys had the titles. Before we came into power, that was one of the things that we were breaking down in how the pay was broken down. I went through the salaries, looking at the budgets, and women were paid substantially less than men, and they were doing all the work, and men had the title, and they were mostly white men. And so the discrimination, it was on multiple levels in multiple things, and that's one of the things that we as a council and as Barbara Ann as the mayor and our administration as a whole are trying to change, right? The only way that our police department can become more diverse is by having more diverse applicants apply for the police test, right? So I've taken part in, actually we've all to some degree taken part in Black Lives Matter marches and rallies in Upper Darby. Superintendent Bernhardt has gone to them, so is the mayor. And we've talked to the, young activists that are leading the way, saying we need your help. We need you to apply for the police test in order for us to diversify our police force, because we can't get more diverse leaders if we don't get the officers into the police force to begin with. So we're all connected, and I believe.
Madam Mayor, I see your note that you need to leave us. I want to give you a last chance to I just want to throw open the floor to you about before you go that, your final thoughts about whether it's the ordinance or where you believe that the township is going from here, your cooperation across the board between you, the council, the superintendent, and what's next for Upper Darby. Is this perhaps the question that I threw out before? Is this ordinance and the cooperation you've seen through it? Is this a page turner for Upper Darby? Is this a new day?
I think it's definitely like a threshold moment, but it also progresses along the continuum of things that we've been trying to do to improve the quality of life for people in Upper Darby. The next thing that we're working on that's like a big thing that everyone's going to see is our new community center. Mm-hmm. So we have, at the moment, even though they're both closed, we have 2 senior centers and no community center. So we already put out a request for bids. We have a firm that's working with us to design the new community center. It's in the heart of town, just off of 69th Street. And I think this is something that, again, is bipartisan, that we can work together make a really great thing. But each month, council's been passing really significant legislation, and it's been in cooperation with not like the police department in this instance, but also Public Works, L&I. I think we're all on board. And just to let your viewers and listeners know, Upper Darby is really unique in very many ways, but it's the 6th largest municipality in the state. The council and the mayor, these are part-time jobs. So I get $10,000 a year to do this job. Council gets $5,000, and the people that are on council and myself are very, very dedicated to improving the community on many levels. We're not. It would be. We knew what we were getting into.
Mhm.
But I do believe like this legislation is a significant step in just demonstrating the direction that we want to go to. It's very forward thinking, 21st century, and that kind of that to me, that's the easiest thing to point our fingers at. Oh, look what they did this, right? But that kind of thinking is channeling through all of our departments in a lot of ways. So thank you for your time. This has been really fun.
No, I appreciate your time. We're here every Sunday. I'm going to be here either way, but I appreciate you making time to be here. And
I wrote your number down. I'm going to call.
Well, good. I want to. Well, that's the show number. I will pass on my other information to you at a different time. Well, Laura has it all, but I'll get it to you at some other time. I missed Councilman ducked out earlier, but the door is open to you all. I will say that to you, by the way. Every single guest that has ever come through the door is not closed to you. This is not a one-shot deal. You are welcome back here. Connor knows that. The poor man volunteered and I dragged him back. So he knows there's an anchor on you once you volunteer. But the door is open to you. When there are happenings in Upper Darby, you are welcome back here. I'm also the chief strategist for Our Revolution PA. You're welcome to visit us there as well. We want to hear what's happening. We want good news. I might be a political person and strategist and consultant and so on, but when there's good news, we need to hear it. There's a lack of good news, sadly, in the Commonwealth, in our communities, and in our country. And when there is good news, we need to hear about it. We need to talk about the bad news because we need to talk about how to solve it. Right. We need to talk about what the solutions are. But when there's good news, we especially need to talk about that as well. We had a race question. You talked about the looters on 69th Street, but you also talked about how you work together, I say use. Oh God, tell me I didn't do that.
You did.
Did I do that?
You did it.
Oh, where's that edit button? Where's the edit button when I need one? But you also talked about how you worked together and solved it, and we need to talk about that as well. I mean, we didn't solve a race problem here today, but we talk about it, and we talk about how we can get there, and I think that's vitally important. And I hope you felt that you feel that you got your points out and you had enough time to speak here tonight. And I am and you don't. I know that a few of you have to leave. You're welcome. Those that don't have to leave, you're welcome to stay if you wish. You do not have to, but if you want to, you can. I'm incredibly grateful for the time that you spent here, and it's nice to have some good news, some constructive news, that there are some councils and municipalities moving forward, doing progressive things. Doing progressive things bipartisanly is even better. Right. We can still talk to each other. We can still solve problems together. I have no doubt that you will have clashes with your Republican colleagues. There's no question. It's going to happen, let's be honest. But you did do an extremely, what is generally considered to be a very, very progressive thing, unanimously and bipartisanly, and then across what is generally considered to be the different branches of government, the legislative and the executive. So this is a very big deal, I think, and that's why I wanted to talk about it. It's a really big deal to me.
So Jeff, you talk about like how Michelle and like and me have a lot in common. We have a lot different too, and I think that's the kind of thing you have to appreciate when you look at this. And I mean, like our Republican counterpoints, we have a lot of differences as well. But at the same time, if we try to take that in, if we come from like the kind of place where we're like, this is what we're trying to accomplish, but let's try to get the different viewpoints together when we're making the finished product, the ordinance, the legislation. And I think that's, I hope that's part of the difference. I don't know, but I do know that like when I ran at large in Upper Darby, like one of the things that became apparent to me is there's people from all around the world, but they all have the same wants and desires. Like you say, I mean, everybody wants a safe home and a good education for their children, but how they get there is different. And I think that's kind of the magic, is if you incorporate the good from this area and the good from that, and those ideas meshing together is, I think, part of how the magic happens. So I don't know.
Yeah. I agree, because I think at the end of the day, I think like you were saying, Mr. Kennedy, I think we all want the same thing. And Matt Silver is right. I think it all depends on how we go about it, because people have different ideas, people have different opinions, and we might not all agree with everything. And I think that's what makes this country great, right? We all have different opinions, and I think that's okay that we have different opinions. And I think if we come to a happy medium, so to speak, that that we can get along. But I think the most important thing for everyone, at least to me, is communication, because you can't get anywhere without communicating and really hearing people and hearing what they have to say and listening to them. Because my background is in social work, so I get it. I get, and really hearing people and seeing people, because if not, we're not going to go anywhere, because you have to hear people and see them. So, yeah.
Well, again, you're welcome to stay if you want. You do not have to. Of course, I can't. Well, not that I can make you anyway. Hang up the phone. I can't keep you here. But I'm just saying, you're welcome to stay if you wish. But I understand if you need to leave. I mean, not even it's on a Sunday evening is a long time. But Connor's trapped. He's trapped here. I don't know. I haven't chained to that chair. He can't go anywhere. That's a whole different topic. But listen, I'm eternally grateful for you being here, and I truly mean it. I absolutely mean it. I mean, find us on Facebook, join the page. Let's communicate offline. Let's stay in touch. And the door to this program is open to you. I do not want this to be the last time that we chat. I don't want this to be the last time that you listen, view the program, or that you join the program. I want to keep the listeners and the viewers and myself personally offline, up to date on what's happening in the township, the good things that are happening in the township. And I want to keep people up to date. I mean, this is not, you may not have, I do not know if you realized it when it happened, but this is not a small happening. It certainly wasn't in my mind, and I do this for a living, not just the microphone part, but the political part, the campaigning part, the candidates, the messaging, the speeches, the whole 9 yards. This is what I do for a living. I did not find this immediately struck me when I saw Laura post it. This was not a small thing. This is a big deal. So I immediately wanted to talk about it, especially, and I didn't even know about the bipartisan part of it when I read it. So that to me makes it even bigger, because when we are as polarized as we are, and I don't believe that we've been being this polarized probably since the Vietnam through Watergate era, and it might be probably is even worse. Probably worse than that. It might be as bad as it's been since the Civil War, and I don't say that lightly. When you can do this in your area, it's not a small thing, and people need to hear about it. So I appreciate it. I really appreciate you being here, and please don't be a stranger. Please do not be a stranger.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
thank you, Jeff.
And I just want to let you know, Fallcroft is a small borough, and they actually passed it before we did.
Yeah.
I forgot to give you guys that, but they did pass it before us. But yeah, we did pass a beekeeper ordinance, and I'm thinking that maybe we did have a unanimous vote for that one as well. But I'm not certain, but we were pretty close. if we
Well,
didn't.
when you get when you pass a German style green retrofit, that I want to hear about as well. And I'll help you with that if you don't know what I'm talking about. I'll help you with that one.
Thank you.
But seriously,
Thanks so
thank
much,
you again
Jeff.
all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So how about that, Mr. O'Hanlon? That wasn't bad.
That was awesome. Awesome to have the whole, well, not the whole, but so many guests part of this.
You did the whole thing, you rock star. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not giving you any credit for that. But listen, I really mean that. I want to know what you think of that. I mean, that's not a well. Actually, let me reset. We're 7:02 Eastern Time on the Eastern Seaboard of the United States. Wherever you are listening to us around the world, or watching or listening through Facebook, this is the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd of August, 2020. 23 August 2020. The Kennedy Effect. The home Facebook group page is That Other Side of Information. That is where I will see your comments and questions. I did get a question during that conversation. It was very, very sort of off topic, and I appreciate to Justin who asked the question. It was just a bit out of topic. I appreciate your question very, very much. It was just out of the realm. Connor and I can try and take it on as a larger topic. We will address your question. It was just a bit out of there. But I appreciate you that you're listening and that you that you put the question in the chat. We will get to it. Wherever you are watching us, listening on Facebook, the home Facebook group page, That Other Side of Information is where I will see you, where we'll be able to say hello. We'll take your comments and questions. The phone line is open. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. To our friends, family, brothers and sisters on hot101.net, thank you. Home website page, hot101.net, or the apps for Apple and Google, or well, you find it at the Google Play Store for Android, hot101.net, and through the TuneIn Radio app. Just search for hot101.net. If you wish to advertise on the program, you can reach a local, national, or yes, global audience. Email us here at the program, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. All one word, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. You know, I really think, I know I kind of pushed it a lot, and I think, and I certainly don't mean this as any disrespect to the guests that joined us, but I don't think they realize, well, no, I think they realize I'm saying that wrong. I don't think they may not quite appreciate, maybe, to pass what is generally considered to be as progressive. I know it's somewhat libertarian as well. That kind of ordinance in a municipality of that size, unanimously across party lines, in complete conjunction with the executive, the legislation, and the superintendent of the police, as quickly as they did. What we're talking about, 2 months and 4 meetings, I believe Laura said. That's a big deal. I mean, that's a big deal. I know she mentioned that Fallcroft did it sooner, and kudos to Fallcroft for doing it as well. But we're not talking about a municipality the size of Upper Darby. Fallcroft is obviously a lot smaller. It's generally speaking, not always, easier to do things in a municipality the size of Fallcroft. Easier to do, if you have 500 people in your town, you can generally get something done simpler than you can 50,000 or 500,000 or 5 million. It's a big deal what they did. It really is. Even if you want to take the marijuana part out of it, the bipartisanship, the cooperation, and the speed at which they accomplished that is no small feat. That's a big deal to me. That might be the biggest thing that I take out of it.
I would tend to agree that I don't know the word either exactly, because they might not appreciate it, because that's what my questions kind of hinted at, was that, if I started running on that, or somewhere in Bucks County at large, the idea of decriminalizing marijuana on the local level, that would be a huge, huge political issue, not a, you know, racial justice, whatever. It goes down the line what we were talking about earlier. It wouldn't be like, oh, that's a great reform, even though the vast majority of people do believe in that. It would become a political football. So I think that it is crazy that it passes with bipartisanship, and maybe they're just the lucky few that can work like that. And I know that in my local municipality, at least in the township here, because we have the township and the borough are different. It's not so easy to get some bipartisanship. It's not so easy to pass anything that's progressive with bipartisanship. It really is a one-sided deal on a lot of those things, like whether it come to
Is that
protecting LGBT environment.
Yeah, I mean, is that the for you and I and folks that are the political types, the wonks, so to speak, is that the big takeaway here? Is that I mean, look, I love the decriminalization part. I'm a full legalization guy.
Same.
Myself. There are the only place on earth it is not the only place on earth I would hesitate to say without having done the research. The place of most note that has done full legalization of everything, and that's heroin, everything that I'm aware of, is Portugal.
Yeah.
And drug use and addictions have actually plummeted. They've plummeted. And tax revenues have gone up. Because what they did is they legalized at full, absolute 100% legalization of everything. Even the really, really hard stuff. And then took that tax revenue and they taxed the ever-living life out of it. I mean, super high taxes. Took that revenue and yet somehow, actually, with those super high taxes, somehow managed to crush the black market on it, which I think is amazing. There is obviously still a black market, but they really managed to gut the black market out of it, which is really something special. Took that revenue, poured it into addiction treatment and mitigation, usage mitigation. And drug usage has plummeted. Addiction treatment is readily available. They've removed the criminal element. And that usage number seems to have plummeted predominantly, is my understanding, because you kind of removed the teenage element out of it. Like, well, I can just go get it. Well, so what's the fun? What's the fun in that? I can just go get it. And I'm not necessarily that guy. I do think the hard stuff, maybe we should still keep a hold on that. But I am a legalization guy. I don't buy these arguments on marijuana. I don't believe it's a gateway drug. I don't think it's dangerous. Show me the person who's OD'd on it. I don't buy any of that. I don't. And I'm not holding up the fake news flag. I'm just saying I don't buy it. I don't. But so I'm a legalization guy. But this is a very important step, I think, to get to that. So that's a super important takeaway. The buy-in of the Superintendent Bernhardt, and his police is incredibly important. That's a huge takeaway from this. But I think for the political people like you and I, again, I might really be beating this point to death here, but it's the buy-in It's the bipartisanship. It's the unanimous vote. It's the buy-in of the mayor, the council, and the police. That's the big in a sizable community, and in a community with 30,000 people who are not even citizens. That's a big deal. It seems to me that if Upper Darby can do, and a community, by the way, that's a suburb of the largest city in our Commonwealth.
Yep.
If you can do it there, I don't see why you can't do it across the Commonwealth, and I don't see why you can't do it across the country. Does that make sense to you?
I completely agree, and it kind of echoes what I was talking about not in the beginning, but in the middle of what one of my questions is the focus on local elections. And I think, and I could be wrong, but I think that winning that majority kind of like recalibrated everything. It seems like for them, where it was like, okay, we got a fresh administration, we can do new things, we have a new opportunity to take a step forward and progress speaking on behalf of them. It's maybe they don't feel this way, but our municipality. And I feel like sometimes people overlook those kind of victories and the little ones that build up. But it is ultimately tied to the political realm of you got to win those elections to get those people in there. Because that's kind of what I was wondering is, would this ever have gotten even on the table without having a Democratic majority? So it's great to have the full buy-in. And I'd love to see that more often. But I'm also of the mindset that if we, and I'm speaking now as a Democrat, putting my D hat on right now, if we can't work with them, we have to beat them. And this is how we're going to progress, and we're going to get to the part where we're winning hearts and minds, because we are winning hearts and minds. We do have the vast majority of people that agree that we should either at least decriminalize marijuana. I am with you. We should legalize it. And I think that we should at least decriminalize those other drugs that we're talking about. And we can go into the different ones of, heroin or cocaine or whatever. That's a different story, but at least decriminalize, because like you talked about in Portugal, they're getting people the help that they need. It's like a gambler, right? If you're a gambling addict, you don't just outlaw gambling. You fund rehabilitation services for the people that need it, or for the same thing with alcohol. If you have alcohol that's legal, okay, that revenue can go into rehabilitation services. So but all this intertwines with the political.
I personally I hate off-year elections.
Well, they're boring.
Well, no, I wouldn't have them. I think you value these offices enough that you move them into even years, personally.
Yes.
I mean, I grew up in New Jersey where your school board elections were in April. I mean, in Phillipsburg, which I think at its absolute height, maybe had 16,000 people living in it. When your school board elections were in April, when I was a kid in the 70s, you were having budgets of 20 and 30 and $50 million decided by a couple hundred people, maybe 500 people in a town of 16,000. These off-year elections, and perhaps this is a different topic, but what the heck, it's you and me, and we're going to run this hour out, but at the least this hour, if not to 8:30 or later. But if you valued these offices, if the Commonwealth valued these offices, they wouldn't be off-year elections to start with, in my humble opinion. You would move these elections into an even year, whether it's a presidential year or a congressional year. Personally, I'd move them into the congressional year to boost congressional turnout, because we all vote in presidential elections. I get that. Everybody wants to vote for president, but we tend to flake off a bit on everything else. So I would move them into those midterm years. But I don't like to even talk to them about midterm or describe them as midterm. I like to talk to them as congressional, but I'd move them into that congressional era and that congressional year. But these odd numbered year elections are a mystery to me. I'd move them and at least place a better emphasis on them, make them more important. To me, I would anyway. But 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. I also think if you move them into those years, you'd get more people to run for them. Because more people would come out to vote for them, and it would raise the whole elevation of the office itself and make them more important. It seems to me that sometimes these offices are valued, or their importance is determined by the number of people who vote for them. When you see a council race that 380 people voted for it, it somehow makes the office not look important, and then no one runs for it. I mean, to me, there are no unimportant. We do this for 11, so there are no unimportant offices. We know that, but I don't know. What do you think of it?
I would agree to move them into the even years. I think that would raise the status of these elections. The issue becomes then, okay, well, you're staggering them. So, say if you're on a council that has 5, like where I live is 5. So they're staggered every 2 years, 1, 2, 2, and then back to the 1. So that's 6-year term. So as long as they're happening every 2 years, that's fine. It's a minor concern, but it's going to be like, do these offices get overshadowed anyway because the office of the presidency and maybe your senator, your state rep, your state senate, and so like basically no one really, not that anyone pays attention that much anyways to them anyway, but are they just getting washed out because there's millions of dollars being spent by Biden and Trump, and then there's hundreds of thousands spent by your congressional district? And
but you know what? You campaign, you make these phone calls. When you make a phone call when you're in Vote Builder and you call Joe Smith, how many phone calls do you make and you pick up, and Mr. Smith if you're lucky enough that Mr. Smith even picks up the phone, and we're calling on behalf of the Jones campaign who's running for town council, and you call him in the second week in October of 2019 or 2021 or 2023, and his first response to you is, there's an election?
that happens.
It happens a lot.
I know in 2019 when I was running, it was really my first full-fledged experience with it. But it's a nice experience to have as the candidate rather than trying to coordinate for somebody else. It's because you're going door to door and they're like, okay, who are you? What do you want? So, but my running mate and I got to the point where when people came to the polls, they saw my face and they said, will you please stop sending me stuff now? Because I'll vote for you, but you got to stop sending us mail and you got to stop coming to our door. So but it's only because it was in the off-year election, because they probably would have gotten swamped by Biden, the congressional, state rep, state senate, etc. So that's the only reason why they saw my mug on that piece of literature, and they said, "Oh, I know you. You're bugging the hell out of me, but I will vote for you." So it does. I think having
that's not fair. Who doesn't want to see your mug? I mean, honestly, who doesn't want to see your mug?
I don't know, but there's definitely people out there. But it definitely,
anybody's mug on this show is better than this mug. Let's just be honest. You think I do Zoom because it's popular? You think people want to see this mug? What do you think? I wear a hat because it's enjoyable? I'm hiding this mug. I got the big mic in front of my face. I got the hat. I got the cans on. I mean, which is a headset, by the way, which is headphones. Don't get excited, everyone. I'm hiding as much of this as I can. I got facial hair. I mean, I'm hiding as much of this as I can. Why do you think I have guests? I got to give everybody something else to look at. Your mug is welcome on this screen as much as humanly possible. My goodness, are you kidding?
Well, I appreciate that. But
I got to give people something to look. If I wasn't worried that the cats would knock over all my electronics and turn the power off and pull cables and stuff, I'd have them in here to look at.
last point on that, though, if I may, it's important to get the most amount of people the opportunity to vote on these elections. So that is why I would support moving them to even years, is because more people are going to come out to vote for your congressional seats than they are if it's just your school board, if it's just your borough council, just your township supervisors. So it does boost just the turnout alone, which I think is more democratic, which is better. But it does run the risk of being overshadowed.
More voices is always a good thing to me. More voices.
Yep.
More voices. I'm a Democrat. I've been since I was born. I say that every week. But look, I want Republicans to come vote. I do. I want people to come vote. I want Greens to come vote. I want Independents to come vote. I want Martians to come vote. I want people to, if you are legal and eligible to vote, I want you to come vote. Men, women, young, old, white, black, brown, Asian, indigenous. I don't care. If you're eligible and legal, I want you to show up to vote. I happen to I have occasional reservations about the Australian model where you are legally required to vote. I sometimes think it's not necessary to go that far. But then again, they have 96+% turnout. And that's good. And I would like to see it that way. That's how it should be. When you're talking about 50%, 50%, 50.4%, 52.4%, and that's just of the eligible voters, of which does not cover 330 million people, because you have folks that are too young, and then some seniors that literally might be eligible but or have lost their eligibility, and so on and so on. That 50.4, that 52.4 might only cover less than half, might be only a third of the total population. And you're whittling down those numbers. It's not representative of the population at large. You're getting an ever decreasing number of people that represent the greater population at large, choosing who represents the entirety of the population. And that's not a good thing. I mean, it's not exactly analogous, but the population of New York City is roughly 8.5 million. But 1 million of those are school-age children. They don't have a voice. And again, it's not directly analogous, but my point is, just under 1/8 of the entire population are in school. They're not voting. They're not major purchasers. They're not patrons to business. They're not taxpayers. That's a big percentage of the population. They're still residents. They still count. They still matter. The city is still providing them services, perhaps the biggest service of all, which is school and education. But, that's a big, so then that's now you're down to 7.5 million. And my numbers are rough. I'm just doing numbers for the sake of, making it a bit even. Now, let's just say, for the sake of argument, only half, take it to, I don't know, 6 million of those folks are eligible to vote. Now only 50% of those vote. You're down to 3 million people. And then New York City's overwhelmingly Democratic, but you have a 50-50 election. Now 1.5 million people decided who's running a city of 8.5 million. It gets those numbers whittle down fast. I want everyone to come and vote. I just do. Even if you don't agree with me on anything, it's your right, damn it. Go vote. Use it. Go use your voice. Even if you go, my dad told me this, even if you go claim that ballot, if you don't think any name on that ballot is worthy of your vote, then turn in the empty one, because that's your voice. That's your vote is not to vote for any of them. Don't let them take it from you. And for goodness sakes, fill out the census. For God's sake, fill out the census. Let the government know you're here. Let them exist. And I'll tell you what, for our friends and family inside the Commonwealth, now, wherever you might be watching on Facebook, because you could be anywhere on the planet watching us, whether you're watching live or watching the recording, and especially to our friends and family, our brothers and sisters on Hot 101, we're literally global. But to our friends and family inside the Commonwealth, we're looking at a real possibility of losing someone in the House of Representatives. Losing someone. Not gaining, losing. Fill out the census and save one of our representatives. The real possibility of saving one of our representatives. I mean, that's some of the reporting that I have been seeing throughout this process, that the Commonwealth is facing the real possibility of losing one of our House members. It's not definite, but the trend line seems to be that we could be losing one of our House reps. And then where I came from in New Jersey, they could be losing one of their House reps, supposedly because most of the folks are moving to PA, but I don't see it. Supposedly the reporting is that PA is losing folks. So I don't know that, but we'll only know once the census is done and once everybody's counted. But you can be darn sure if folks don't fill out the census, you're darn right we'll lose somebody. Do you want less reps? Do you want less representation in government or more or complete or at least to stay even? Because some states will gain representation. You can be darn sure of that. I would suspect Arizona, probably Florida. The warm weather states, I imagine, would gain representation, would be my guess.
Also important that we get people out to vote this year on a census year, because we'll get redistricting, and then we'll get the hopefully less gerrymandered districts, whether that be your state or your...
That's in the Constitution. There's going to be redistricting, period. Whether one person fills out the census or every single human being in the Commonwealth fills it out, there will be redistricting. And it is my sense, I'll ask you, I'll turn it into a question. Unlike 10 years ago, when I was not living here, but you can see by the districts that we're still living under, when the two parties bargained, we'll give you that, you give us this. And they drew the map that way, even though the legislative districts are heavily gerrymandered. They traded districts. You can see it. You know it. We'll give you that big Democratic district. You're giving us this big red district. They did some horse trading. Let's be honest. You can see it in the map. This Republican Party as currently constituted, not to be confused with the Constitution, because they certainly don't confuse the two. There's not going to be any horse trading this time. I believe the Republicans, as they are currently made up, are going to try to take every last district, House and State House and Senate, with the anticipation that it's going to end up in the courts anyway. So we might as well draw every last one so that it is 50-0 and 150-0. Or not 100, whatever why am I blanking on the house number? 190, no. 200. 200? Why am I blanking on the house number?
I don't know. There's a lot.
You don't know. You're supposed to know. It's what you're here for.
All I know is my house district.
Whatever.
I'm in PA01 and the 143rd and the 10th.
I know, and I'm working on the campaign in the 189th, so it's obviously more than that. But 190, I think it is. But whatever. I don't know why I'm blanking on that. It's been one of those days. All I've been drinking is ginger ale, and I still don't know what the number is. But that's coffee and ginger ale. But that said, I think they're going to try to draw districts that allow them all Democrats 0. I don't think there's going to be any horse trading. None.
I think
That's my sense.
I think you're right. If we can't beat them, and again, this is one of those things where I come
Right.
back to
Well, exactly. If we don't take the legislature and they keep either or both chambers, yes.
Yep. And again, if you're listening here, you need to vote for your down ballot initiatives, whether that be your state rep or if it's anything else, because these elections really, really, really matter. And nine seats in the House, the state House to flip, and that will change Pennsylvania.
And 5 in the Senate.
It'll change Pennsylvania. I'll say likely for the rest of our history, because
possibly,
this is a time.
Look what the Corbett years did to PA. I mean, the Republicans have dominated the legislature for 30 years, but specifically, look what the Corbett years did to PA when he was governor. Look what they did. Look what the Corbett years did to PA. I mean, we know that the Republicans have dominated the legislature in PA for literally, I'm repeating myself, but I'm doing it purposefully, for 30 years, 3 decades. But it's the Corbett years as governor, not even Governor Ridge did the damage that Corbett did. That was just hog wild, man. Spend, cut taxes, frack. Yes, he said frack, folks. F-R-A-C-K. We don't, FCC rules on this program. It's a family program. I mean, we're still feeling the damage. Why did the legislature push so hard to get folks back to work after the stay-at-home guidelines? Why are there still folks that have not seen unemployment benefits from March?
And may never will.
Because they destroyed the system. It doesn't work. They destroyed it in the Corbett administration, tore it to nothing. And now it doesn't work. And now somehow it's Governor Wolf's problem. I wish I knew how. It's amazing. It's amazing. I wish I knew how that worked. Now it doesn't work and can't serve anyone. Well, what's the easiest way to deflect from that and from telling the truth? And by the way, I don't think the state Democrats have done a good enough job of telling that story. But what's the best way to deflect from it? Well, we got to get everybody back to work. I don't necessarily agree. I'd like to go back to work too, but not for that reason. Not just to take the burden off of you. The story needs to be told. 7:35 on the eastern seaboard of the United States in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the Kennedy Effect live for 23 August 2020. Wherever you are watching us on Facebook, we appreciate it. We're glad that you're here. Every single last one of you, and wherever you fall on the political scale, you are welcome here, and we appreciate you. We respect you. Whether we agree or not is irrelevant. You are respected here. We will make the case. You can make your case. We respect you. You're welcome here. Whether you're watching live or watching a recording later on today, tomorrow, later on in the week, we appreciate it. Our views are averaging, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, depends on the week. That's excellent, and we appreciate it. So thank you for that. It's our home group page, That Other Side of Information, where we will see you. I have a big comment in there from Robert. We appreciate it. I'll read that in just a second and get our thoughts on it. The phone number is 267-227-9189. Do not be shy, folks. We don't bite. We'll talk. Let's have a conversation. You know how I am with phone calls. For God's sake, it's a phone. It doesn't hurt. You dial it. You guys talk on it all the time. 267-227-9189. To our friends, family, brothers, and sisters on hot101.net, thank you. Thank you for allowing us yet again on your devices, your computers, your phones, your tablets, your smart speakers, whatever you listen to us on. Thank you very, very much. We are proud and humbled and honored to be part of the hot101.net family. You can listen to hot101.net at the main website page, which is, you got it, hot101.net. You can get hot101.net through the apps plural. You can get the apps at the Apple App Store, or the Google Play Store. If you have an Android device, just search for hot101.net. You can also access hot101.net through the TuneIn Radio app. Just search for hot101.net. And of course, yes, he's got to do a little bit of business. If you want to advertise your business, your service, your product globally, you can reach the entire planet or even just your local area. Just email us and let's talk about it. thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. All one word, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. My dear friend and from across the aisle, Robert Hoffman sends us a rather lengthy comment. It's going to keep blanking my screen, but I will get through it for us to discuss, Connor, in case you missed it. And he's correct. I did miss it. And I'm happy to learn what I don't know. So send the comments. Oh, don't fade out on me, screen. He has been discussing with Lehigh County Controller Mark Pensley, who was a guest on the program not long ago, 60% of the Lehigh County budget going to criminal justice, of which substances account for less than 50%. I think I'm reading that correctly. I'm having eye issues. I don't have my reading glasses on. I am developing a platform in addition to healthcare and education reforms, entails criminal justice reforms that redirects all non-trafficking offenses to community health partners and expunges all drug offenses, as is the controller himself, by the way. Mark has been working on a program asking the greater than. Thank you, Robert. My elementary education is failing me between my greater than, less than signs. I appreciate it, my friend. And I hope, Robert, since you're listening, I appreciate it. I want to just say quickly, hope you and the family are healthy and safe, especially with the kids going back to school. If they're going in person, I hope they stay safe and remain careful and vigilant. Masks, distancing, the whole 9 yards. Wash those hands and stay safe. I appreciate it, my friend. Everybody stay safe. Oh, by the way, I will mention too, that reminds me, next week, the show next week, our scheduled plan, because this week's plan fell apart, is a round table of students. Most, if not all, of the students that we currently have scheduled to be on the program will have been back in school for at least a few days. So it'll be interesting to get their perspectives about what they have encountered, what they are happy about, what might still be a concern to them, if their schooling has changed or planning to change or changes on the fly, busing, sports. We know what a controversy sports has been, what a unnecessary controversy sports has been, by the way, the overemphasis on sports in this gentleman's humble opinion, the overemphasis on sports. Connor's shaking his head, and Connor's a sports guy himself. The overemphasis on sports in the Commonwealth, by the way. So we'll be discussing all that next week, but I'll recap that again at the end of the program. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. But Mark Pensley himself has been working on a program. I believe the county spends $76 million on quote unquote justice issues. He wants to take a massive $2 million of that dollars and get people into treatment, interdiction instead of jailing, and it will save. He gave me the number, which I'm blanking out on, but it's a heck of an investment. The savings compared to the cost. Robert mentions it. He's 100% right. Treatment instead of jailing, and I think that's what it goes back to, Connor, what we're talking about with our friends from Upper Darby. You've got a third of a gram of pot in your pocket. You know what? Here's a ticket. Go home. It's a parking ticket. It's a jaywalking ticket. It's you park too close to a hydrant ticket. It's a double parking ticket because you ran your dry cleaning in, or you're picking up Chinese. It's a Chinese food. It's a I don't know. whatever else you would get a ticket for. You had too much garbage on your lawn. You didn't separate your recycling properly. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. And remember what the superintendent said, if you're trafficking hundreds of pounds of this stuff, I'm coming for you.
Mhm.
You know, we're coming for you. But if you're walking down the street, and remember what Laura said, and you're smoking a blunt, and she was quite blunt about it, intentional play on words there, folks. You're not going to jail. You're not hurting somebody. You're just not. You're smoking a joint. We're not. Look at the levels of, and I'll probably forget steps in this process, but let's think about it. A young kid, or even the councilman himself, 23 years old, is walking down the street. He's smoking a joint. Okay, probably not the smartest thing in the world to just be openly smoking a joint in the street, but let's just be honest. Let's just say he's walking down the street smoking a joint, or even sitting on his own front porch or front stoop smoking a joint. He gets arrested. That's a police officer who has to pull up in a cruiser. He physically has to get him into the car. They take him to the station. He has to be processed. He's in jail. He's got to be bailed out. He has to hire a lawyer. He has to sit in front of a judge. The judge has to take whatever time he has to take with him. There's the court time. It might be an hour. It might be 2 hours. I don't even know. It might be an hour. It might be 10 minutes. I don't honestly know. But you get my point. There's all these steps in the process, and the on and on and on. And maybe he gets a sympathetic judge who says, you know what, we're not going down this road. You're not going to jail, but it is on his record. Or maybe he gets a judge who's having a bad day that day. He's got indigestion, he feels sick, or he had a bad morning, or he's just a hard butt judge. And he said, I'm throwing a book at you, kiddo. You're doing a year or 2 years or 60 days or 90 days. Or again, you get my point. And that's really on your record. Or you're not having a $500 fine, you're having a $5,000 fine. Where's that money coming from? Look at all the stuff that Upper Darby has taken out of the system, and that Fallcross has taken out of the system. Here's a ticket, $75. Be a little smarter. Don't have it in your pocket. Don't do it while you're walking down the street, or on your front stoop. Go inside the house where no one can see you. Be a little smarter. Look at all the stuff that we've taken out of the process, and look at remember what the superintendent had. Look at what that then frees up his officers to do. Perhaps some of the more legitimate, legitimate is probably the right word. Some of the more legitimate things like business break-ins or domestic issues, or when there is a protest, to guard those protesters, or to separate the protesters from the counter protesters, or any one of 100 different things. If they have I'm sure there's some institutions of higher learning in the Upper Darby area where they might be able to provide campus security or securities at the schools themselves, security at the schools themselves, and so on. Look at what all the different things that those officers are freed up for now. I mean, it's a huge thing.
Or speaking off of what we've been going through after the murder of George Floyd, maybe they can have de-escalation training. Maybe they can have training that helps with racial sensitivities. And that, again, this is not just Upper Darby. This can apply to anywhere that they have this change in the efforts of the police, rather than spending our time going after, or their time, I should say, I'm not a police officer, their time going after, teenagers with a little bit of marijuana. They can spend their time getting trained and educated on the things that might be of concern to them. So, I mean, I think it's a good step. Obviously, we got to go, and we have a comment on there, or lower taxes. Look, I'm a proponent of defunding the police, but I'm not going to put Jeff on the spot on that one. So
it is it might be the single worst worded messaging in
I'm with you.
History. It's
totally
just
agree.
Worst worded piece of messaging for someone, again, who does messaging as a part of this business, it is the worst worded. It's horrid messaging.
Completely agree.
Horrid messaging.
I did an entire hour episode about rhetoric and framing, but just everyone knows what I mean when I say defund the police, as in like the theory, the concept, the idea. They might not understand what I particularly mean, but like when we're talking about budgets and stuff like that.
In our quote unquote our circles, in the circles that you and I run in, we know what it means.
Yep.
But all too often, you do encounter someone who either legitimately doesn't understand it, who has been told what it means and accepts it blindly, or they know bloody well what it means and who throws it at you anyway,
the disingenuous
as a tool, as a dare I say, as a word weapon, because I'm really getting sick of these military analogies, but as they throw it at you as a word weapon to make you defend it, and that's what's getting annoying and getting tiring. We know what it means. It is poor, horridly, very ineptly thought out messaging. It's not. It should have, at a minimum, be rethink the police. And I think what was interesting about what the superintendent had to say is that ordinance is part of rethink the police. It's part of rethink the police. It's part of taking the police back to protect and serve. It's not. I took this, I should have written it down, really. If we think about the metamorphosis of what our police have become from Andy Griffith to a paramilitary force, I mean, think about that metamorphosis. Andy Griffith didn't even carry a gun. He refused to carry a gun. And you can say, well, that was TV, except that he was a sign of the times. He was a sign of what police were at the time. He was a TV character. I get it, folks. Can't just breathe. Stay with me. He was a sign of the times. I get he was a TV character, but he was a sign of the times. He didn't carry a gun because he didn't have to, because that's not what policing was at the time. We've gone from protect and serve to a police force to law enforcement to counterterrorism. I mean, think about the metamorphosis of what police force, of what policing has become. And I think that's yet another branch, another side, I guess, side effect, another ancillary byproduct of what they did in Upper Darby. It helps redefine what the police department does and how it interacts. And remember, the superintendent mentioned this a lot, several different times, as did the mayor, as did the council people. It helps redefine how the members of the police department will interact with the citizens and the residents, both, of Upper Darby. It's going to completely redefine it. And that's a big deal. It's a big deal. And it should not be overlooked. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be overlooked. I'm not telling you that the members of the police departments across the country should suddenly walk out like Andy Griffith and not have sidearms. They need them. I get it. That's not what I'm saying. But I don't think they should be. I'd like to see us step back from a time where they're dressed as if they're going into combat. And that's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen overnight, but I would like to see us step back from a place where they're dressed like they're going to war. It's not a war. It's not us against them. It's not. And that's why I stressed so much the communication that happened between Upper Darby Council, the mayor, and the superintendent, because that's the only, and the bipartisanship that happened within this ordinance. That's how this is going to happen. It's that communication that's going to happen. That's why I'm honored by my friendship with Robert, who's commenting, and now, and Robert Smith was my guest a few weeks ago. It's conversations where that's going to start. That has to happen again. We have to get back to these conversations. We do a lot of history on this program. A lot of history. I invite all of you, and perhaps I'll post it on the group page so you can see it. I invite all of you to look at the 1956 platform of Dwight Eisenhower for re-election. The Republican sitting president, Dwight Eisenhower. Strengthen and expand Social Security. Strengthen unions. Make it easier for them to join. Strengthen worker protections. The man that passed the Eisenhower Interstate Act. I mean, there was a time in this country where members of the Democratic Party and Republicans agreed on what needed to be done. The differences were how do we get there? I don't know that we're ever going to see those days again, but at least could we get to the point where we could talk about it? We don't even talk anymore. I think Republicans are wrong on damn near everything, but I'm happy to talk about them or to them. I'm happy to talk to them. That was a wrong choice of words. I slipped. That was a wrong choice of words. I'm happy to talk to them. And I believe I've demonstrated that on this program. I'm happy to talk to them. We have to talk to them. I believe the corporate neo-fascist party that the Republicans have turned into is drop dead destructive to the 99% of the population. I don't believe they're right about anything. I believe this coalition that they have cobbled together is a flat out mystery to me. It's a mystery. My dad had 100 guns in the attic. Great. Awesome. Awesome. If you can't afford the $10 copay to see the doctor, and God bless you if it's $10, it's probably 40 or 50 or 60 or 100. Then what are we different on? If you make $15 today, especially a place like Phillipsburg, by the way, or Bethlehem, when you were making $23 an hour or $25 an hour in the 70s, then what are we talking about? Where are we different? Kitchen table economic issues, we should be marching arm in arm together. Take the social stuff out of it. Let's get this country back to New Deal policies where the middle class was growing. We can hash out the social stuff later. If you can't see a doctor, can't feed yourself, can't clothe yourself, can't keep a roof over your head, can't keep a car or two running enough to get to that job, your kid's public school class has 30 or 40 kids in it instead of the 15 to 18 that all the data shows they need to get a quality education. What the hell are we arguing about? That's the differences. There shouldn't be differences. We'll hash the social stuff out later. The 3 richest people in the country, the same wealth as the bottom 160 million? We've created 3 new billionaires since this pandemic started? Roosevelt made it illegal for profiteering during World War II, but we've created 3 new billionaires since this pandemic started? Bezos had to give up 40% of his wealth when he got divorced, made it back in a month? Are you kidding me? And this is okay? Fine. We don't agree on guns. Fine. Okay. Can we just stand together that at least we could figure out a way that we can be paid fairly? That we can join a union? That we can fund public schools, at least inside the Commonwealth, to the same level that we do prisons? That the fracking industry can pay for the wealth they're sucking out from under our feet? What do we not agree on here? What are we really that different about? I'm suggesting to you that it's a hell of a lot less than you think. I'm suggesting to you that the party opposite has developed a coalition of billionaires paying multimillionaires to convince what is left of the middle class that it is poor, white, black and brown people that they are the problem. I have news for you. They are not the problem. A poor, white, black or brown person making $8 an hour at Walmart is not what's keeping you from success. They are not what's keeping you from economic fairness. It's the billionaire. I got news for you. When in the middle of a pandemic, 30, 40, 50 million people are out of work, and the Dow and the NASDAQ and the S&P hit new highs, it's not the person making $8 that's the problem. This is just common sense. And I may not be able to convince you tonight, but I ask you to think about it. I'm asking you to think about it. We have so much more that we agree on than you think. So much more. Stop getting lost in these labels and these semantics and the, well, you're a Democrat, you must be wrong. You must be a socialist and a communist. By the way, one's a government system and one's an economic system, and you didn't know it because some billionaire told you they're the same thing. They're not the same thing. They're not. But you don't believe me somehow. You believe the billionaire when you and I are the same. We're both just struggling to pay the bills. Do you honestly believe the guy that's worth 5, 10, 20, $100 billion is looking out for you? Are you serious? Come on, folks. There's a reason why it's the 1% and the 99%, because there's more of us. Why do rich people, super rich people, hate government? Because it's the one overarching power and system that we, the people, have invested with the power to help everybody, rich and poor. We do a lot of history on this program. A lot of people got rich from 1932 to 1980, I promise you. Some of the largest multinational corporations on earth were born and grown and dramatically expanded from 1932 to 1980. I guarantee you. They still operate. We can do these things again. And people will still get rich. Steve Jobs deserved every penny he earned. He created technology and items that we didn't even know we needed. He created technology and items we never even dreamed of. I'm using 4 of them right now. I have 4 of them in front of me well, if you count the keyboard, I have 5 of them in front of me right now. But what he didn't get to do was take that money and buy government to change the rules so that he could keep that money unfairly or crush his competitors. You're damn right he earned that money. Sam Walton earned the money he earned for building Walmart, for giving his friends and neighbors in Arkansas a place to sell their goods. His original slogan for Walmart was "Made in the USA." His children do not get to keep that money and earn even more for not working and incentivizing those companies to send things over to China to have them made. Walmart now has a division that helps companies to sell their products at Walmart by sending the manufacturing over to China. And they don't get to lower their taxes by buying off government officials. That's not fair. That's not how the system works. Well, it is how the system works, but it's not how the system is supposed to work. We're better than this, folks. We're better than this. At the end of the day, whatever you take away from this program, whatever you think of me, whether you think I'm some leftist tree hugger, whatever you think of me, that is the basis of this program. That is why I am here. And the fact that I like to talk into a microphone. But that is why I am here. Because we're better than this. If you've done the research, if you read the news, especially foreign news, looking back into this country, and you've decided that you're a Republican, then God bless you. You have every right in the world to it. And I'll still talk to you. And you can call here. And you can watch and you can comment, and it's fine. But I'm asking you to look, I'm borderline demanding you to look at the economic parts of it. Worship who you want or don't. Have 100 guns in the attic or don't. Have a truck that gets 12 miles to the gallon or don't. But we're better. We can have these social disagreements. But the economic disagreements, quite literally, should not exist. Are you part of the 1%? The 2%? Maybe? Vote Republican. You should. You're the ones that own the party anyway. You're the ones they work for. But if you're not, you need to look in the mirror. You need to do some reading. You need to do some research. And at the end of that research, you may still not agree, but at least you did the reading and did the research. We are being choked off. We are being starved. We are being reduced to slave labor. We make less money than we did 40 years ago. We pay more taxes than we did 40 years ago. In real dollars, as a percentage, our colleges and universities have become businesses. Health is a business. It's an industry. We are profit centers. We're not patients. We're profit centers. You can't pay? Go be sick. We would love to have you at our college. Can't pay? You don't get an education. When did we become that? It's not who we are. Did Jefferson start the University of Virginia only if you could afford it? No, it was free. It was free. That's what we're doing here. That's what I try to bring here every week. (8:08) on the Eastern time zone of the United States. This is the Kennedy Effect for 23 August 2020. Wherever you are on Facebook, we welcome you. You are respected and honored and welcomed here, whether you disagree with that last, 20 minutes? That was a hell of a thing, wasn't it? We appreciate you. You are welcomed here. And we thank you for being here. Send your comments and questions, the home page, that other side of information, wherever you are watching on Facebook, though, we're glad that you're there. If you're at Our Revolution PA, if you're at the Hub for Progress, Lehigh Valley Progressive Network, the Young Dems of Lehigh Valley, Campaign Collaboration 2020, the Pennsylvania Democratic Politics, Restore Lehigh Valley, Restore Northampton County, wherever you are, we welcome you. You are honored. You're respected. We welcome you. To our friends, sisters, brothers, friends and family, hot101.net, thank you. Thank you for being there. Thank you for being part of the family. Thank you for being part of the program. And thank you for welcoming us onto your devices, your smart speakers, wherever it is that you are listening, in the car, wherever. It doesn't matter. We're just glad that you're there. We appreciate you as well. Thank you for welcoming us. You can listen to hot101.net on at the main website page, hot101.net. That's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? The .net kind of gives it away. You can go to the apps for hot101.net. You can find them at the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store. If you have an Android device, just search for hot101.net. You can also listen through the TuneIn radio app, and most importantly, you can, give the old Irish guy a help out. If you want to advertise your program, your program, yeah, maybe, whatever, not a competing program. If you want to advertise your business, your product, your service, you want to reach quite literally a global audience, or just the audience in your own backyard, email us at thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. Phone line is open, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. It is also on the screen if you are watching on Facebook. Area code 267-227-9189. Connor O'Hanlon still with me. He hasn't passed out yet. He hasn't thrown up at my rant. He hasn't died of exhaustion or boredom. He's still with me, and I'm very, very grateful. Connor, that was like a huge rant. I really lost myself there. But I did watch you laugh, giggle, shake your head. Let me just say, have at it, my friend. I stole a lot of your time there. So just have at it.
It's not stealing. I mean, there's definitely obviously a lot of in agreement there, and there's some minor disagreements that I have with it. But I wanted to say, first of all, that's inspirational. I really liked. I was getting worked up over here. I was ready to go fight for the working
Ready to go
class.
lift weights? What are you?
Yeah, well, my gym's right across here. I built a basement gym here. So, but I quickly started typing because I was like, there's a Bernie tweet that really, really comes to mind when we talk about this. And I thought it started off a little bit differently than it actually does, but it says, if there's going to be a class warfare in this country, it's about time the working class won that war. And I think that kind of speaks a lot to what you were talking about, where it's like, personally, I think there has been class warfare. It's been going on for a very, very long time. But that quote encapsulates it. It's really time that middle class, working class, lower, multi-racial, multi-gender, everything, we work together to fight unified in solidarity for higher wages, for healthcare, et cetera. Everything that went over. But I just think that tweet encapsulates a lot of what you were saying. Like, it's time to stop playing around. And, you know, I think the social issues do matter, and that we still should be having those fights. But why is it that we can't agree that everyone should have health care? I think the vast majority of people do think that we should have health care, and that should be a priority. And you can do those things in tandem. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can fight for civil rights. We can fight for gender equality while fighting for the economic justice that we all deserve in this country. I'm tired of getting divided over, you know, I work the polls every election day. I'm tired of being like, the first issue that someone asks me is, oh, so you're pro-abortion? No, that's not the case.
Nobody.
Pro-choice.
No one
Yep.
is pro-abortion. Nobody.
That's the framing you get when you're interacting. And, you know, if I could sit there for 3 hours and have a conversation with that woman or man, then so be it, and I would. But obviously working at the polls isn't the time nor the place.
No. The polls, by the way, are supposed to be the nonpartisan island.
Well, I work on the outside.
Oh, you're on the 100-foot. Just yeah, okay.
So not on the inside, but yes.
Gotcha.
So, you know, that I'm a firm believer of you and I agree on a ton. We can go back and forth with Republicans and people we disagree with, but when push comes to shove, the Republican elected officials, I'll go out and say it, do not care about the working and middle class of this country. And we need to get them out by unifying the working middle class, the lower class, people in poverty, everything across the board.
Here's why I say, when you say that we can have these discussions on social issues, we can. I agree with you. We can have these discussions, but here's why I say, set that aside. We can have these discussions just when you say, just what you said, when and after that working class is united. When the very first thing that someone whose best outdoor outfit is PJ pants says to you, you're pro-abortion, you got a hell of a long way to go.
Yeah.
In a discussion.
True.
Okay. And that's my point. And I don't say that to say that that I am some great intellect, or that you are wrong and I am right, or that I am wrong and you are right. My point is, only when we get back to a more egalitarian economic society in this country, and I'm looking at 50s, early 60s, New Deal, very, very staunchly entrenched era when people can take care of themselves. And then remember FDR's second economic bill of rights. He was talking about people having enough money not to rent a home, but own it, to own a car, not lease it and constantly be paying for it, to have medical coverage. And Roosevelt and Truman, by the way, as well, not employer based either. Roosevelt talked about the ability to have at least 2 weeks vacation and be able to pay for it and still have money left over for an emergency or a rainy day. It's only when we get back to that economic security. And by the way, Roosevelt never said that every single person in the country had a right to be a millionaire. He simply said that we had a right to economic security. There's a difference. There's a difference. So my point is, when you have that economic security, I think it's easier then to have these more, what I consider to be periphery discussions. When you take those social issues and you make them the very first thing that you talk about, that's when you know that the party opposite us has done a tremendous job. You've got to give them every bit of credit on earth. When you can't feed yourself, can't clothe yourself, don't have a working vehicle, don't have a job, can't afford a higher education, can't afford a home, and still that's the first thing you think about? Boy, that's something special. That's a special piece of marketing that our party hasn't even come close to. They haven't even come close to it. There's a, you know, and we can get into the, you know, if you were a genuine conservative, what you should be thinking about abortion and government intervention in your life and all that fun stuff. And if you're a person of deep religious faith, what you should really be thinking about how to treat the poor. We can get into all that. We could probably do a month's worth of programs about that. But if you are a voter or if you're, I'm serious. I mean, I'm dead serious. You have a mouthful of rotted out teeth. You have health problems that you can't even count all of them. And that's the very first thing you think about when I'm walking into a polling place and I see you sitting next to a sign with the Democratic slate on it. That's a special form of indoctrination. And I don't use that word lightly because I don't think these are dumb people. That's a special form of indoctrination. That's why I say that. It doesn't mean that the social issues go away. It doesn't mean that we ignore them. It means that when I'm talking to that person that passes you on the way into the polling place, it doesn't mean I'm ignoring those issues to them. It means, ma'am, I can't talk to you about that. I literally cannot talk to you about that. Not because it's not important to you or not because it's not important to me. It's because we are literally probably for the next 10 to 20 years never going to agree about it. But ma'am, you can't feed yourself. You literally don't have the money to feed yourself. I'd rather talk about that. You're walking into this polling place with a walker. How are you paying for your medical? Are you paying for your medical? I'd rather talk to you about that. You have a young child with you. How many students are in your child's class? 30? Your answer to me is 30? Do you know how many should be for the optimum education for your child? 15, 18. Let's talk about that. Those are things we can and should agree on. These are fundamental quality of life issues. Even if you don't want to talk to them in the context of Democratic and Republican, they're quality of life issues. If I was in, I am no expert on European social safety net, but I know a fair bit. I know enough to know that my body is in a condition that if I were living in the UK or in mainland Europe, I probably wouldn't have to work again for the rest of my life. It's that bad. We don't care. We don't have that system here. We don't care about each other enough here for that. When did we lose that? Let's talk about that. Because a very, very precious few of people at the top have convinced a sizable enough of us that we don't deserve it, because they deserve the tax breaks, because they deserve all the money. When you go to the buffet, folks, you can only eat so much. But when you're done eating, do you take the rest of the trays out of the buffet, go into the corner and hide it and keep it from everybody else? You don't. So why do they get to keep all the rest of the money? And only hand out the tiny, tiny, tiny little bits for the rest of us to fight over. That's not how this country was ever set up before. It's not. It's literally not what we fought a revolution for. It's actually what we fought a revolution to stop. And I've used that analogy to a lot of different people before who say it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It is the same thing. Think about it. Think about going to, we all make, we sometimes make these places the butt of jokes, and we've all seen the, rather ridiculous memes occasionally online. But think about that big buffet place. Think about it. Think about it. There's 100 people in the buffet restaurant. We all go there to eat, 100 of us. One person fills their plate and then literally blocks off the rest of the buffet to all the rest of us. They rope the whole thing off. They eat and fill themselves and gorge themselves till they cannot literally take another bite, but keep the rest of the buffet roped off to the rest of us. And occasionally throw out a chicken nugget. And we're all supposed to be okay with it.
We're supposed to be
happy.
Be happy with that.
And then among those 100 people, Connor, are you and I. And we happen to turn to some of the other folks, and then maybe in that crowd are like a Bob Dietrich or Alex or Skylar, and we happen to say to the rest of the folks, I don't think this is right. This doesn't seem fair. That doesn't seem fair to me. But one of the first people with an empty plate says, but you're pro-abortion? What are you, nuts? You can't eat. You can't eat. There's 6 rows of buffet behind you or in front of you, roped off, that one person says you cannot have because you don't deserve it. And the very first thing that you're worried about, because a group of us over here said, we don't think this is fair. And the first thing you're worried about is guns or fill in the blank. That's the analogy. And when you think of it that way, doesn't it make so much more sense that we have so much more in common? And we can talk about those other things later. Let's solve this problem first. It seems to me, let's solve this problem first, because there's so many more of us that are in the same boat. Let's solve the money problem first. It is a second Gilded Age. It is the precursor to the French Revolution. It is. And we know how to fix it. We did it. Roosevelt did it in 1932. To a point, Teddy Roosevelt did it. He broke up the monopolies, the antitrust laws. We know how to do it. And yet still people got rich. Big companies were formed. There was global trade. We know how to do it. We do know how to do it. And we can do it again. That's my point. You're right. We do have to have these discussions. We do. We absolutely do. And we can. I just want to solve that problem first. Let's all be able to get up to the buffet. Let's all be able to get up and get a little bit of lo mein, maybe a couple pieces of shrimp. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way of looking at it, and you can tackle certain things in a certain order. Basically, I just get nervous because, look, I think I agree with you on, especially when it comes. You can look at Trump as a great example of this. When they're scared that they're going to lose, or they're scared that their base is not going to turn out, where do they turn? They don't turn to the economic bread and butter issues. They turn to the culture war that they can divide us on. So I completely agree with you on that.
Because there are no economic answers. So
right.
What you go to, right?
I just always try to tread lightly on it, because I don't want to forget that if we were not lucky enough, and I say lucky kind of in quotes, to get, say, the Supreme Court to approve of gay marriage, right? Like, people would still not be equal to us, and there's like, gay people still don't have exactly the same rights as us, and trans people definitely don't have the same rights as us. As I'm a straight white man, so I just try to make sure that I'm thinking intersectionally. That way, I can just make sure I am including people in it. Because trust me, I'm living in a basement. I live in my parents' basement. I know. I agree with you. I did everything right. So I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to break through.
Geek. I'm kidding. I swear to God, I'm just kidding. I'm going on the old stare. You know, geek. It's the geek. He's playing video games in his basement. No, I'm kidding. You know, I'm kidding. I don't know why I thought of that. He's like, when he said married, I was thinking of the video game thing. Oh my God.
But it's true, you know, like we have a lot of we share the same issues.
No, it is. It is a lot. It is. That's why I'm saying it's maybe it's pie in the sky. I am not generally considered to be an optimist. I label myself a pessimist. But I do think that these conversations are still possible. I just do. I mean, if I can have a conversation with Robert Hoffman and Robert Smith, and I can have these conversations with, and you can have a unanimous vote at the Upper Darby Township Council on marijuana decriminalization. I mean, we can have 28 Congresswoman Susan Wild posted the 20, I think it was 28 Republican Congress House members voted for the Postal Service funding bill. I mean, not all hope is lost. It's bad. It's really bad. But I just don't think all hope is lost. I just don't. I mean, maybe it makes me pie in the sky. I don't know. 8:30 Eastern Time, Kennedy Effect, 23 August 2020. Wherever you are on Facebook, thank you. That other side of information is where I'll see that you're watching. Questions, comments are welcome. 227-227-9189. Hot101.net, thank you. Apple App Store, Google Play for Android, and the TuneIn Radio app. Advertise on the program. These dulcet tones could be reading your advertisement for your business, product, or service, and you can reach literally a global audience. Email us at thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. I know it's 8:30. You have given me a ridiculous amount of time, and I'm extremely grateful, but I do not want to go away without asking you. The DNC was this past week. I was fortunate enough, granted some time through the Hot 101 family to do a DNC debrief on Thursday night. We actually had some decent viewership, and I'm thrilled about it as we continue to grow the audience, expand the program. Lisa Longo was with me on Thursday night. I want to say thank you to her yet again. What are your takeaway thoughts? I'm assuming you watched part or all of the DNC, especially the primetime TV production part, if not the actual caucus meetings during the day. What was your takeaway from the Democratic National Committee, the quote-unquote virtual Democratic National Committee 2020?
So I watched the highlights. I didn't watch during the day. I've been doing a lot of lit drops. So personally, I wasn't the biggest fan of what went on during the DNC. I think that I'll preface all this with, I think that Joe Biden gave a great speech, and I think that that's the bar was. I mean, the Republicans are almost shooting themselves in the foot, I think, at this point, where they're making it look like or seem like he's not even going to be able to speak or put together a sentence. And when he comes out and gives a speech that is actually moving, and he's talking about George Floyd's daughter saying her dad changed the world, and just some of these things that actually are emotionally impactful, I think they're shooting themselves in the foot, because Joe Biden had probably his best speech of the entire campaign during the DNC. I am a partisan. I'll be honest. I don't like seeing Colin Powell, and I don't like seeing John Kasich and these people being rehabilitated and allow their image to be rehashed and reshaped. And like some of these, I mean, John Kasich is a union buster. John Kasich he's gotten rid of, I think it was 2/3, if I'm not wrong.
He's a right to work. I don't remember. I could probably do a quick DuckDuckGo search, but I think he fought the expansion of Medicaid under the ACA, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he pushed back, but I think eventually he did pass.
He relented. I think he relented eventually, but he didn't originally. He also broke down the social safety net in Ohio a long way. Right to work guy. Yeah, a former Fox News host. He was a deficit hawk when he was in the House. Republican spending good, Democratic spending, we have to deficits, cut taxes on rich people. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. There's no question. I think we tend to label Colin Powell by the UN speech at the Iraq War. I think we pigeonhole him into that a bit much. There's some other stuff there too. But I agree. Some of the Republicans that they used as Republican examples of bipartisanship, after, of course, I went on this big rant about bipartisanship, not the best examples, but I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
To be honest with you, it pisses me off that they have any Republicans. And this is not a we can't work with Republicans ever type thing, but it is the DNC, the Democratic National Convention. And when you give AOC, the rock star of the Democratic Party, 1 minute to speak, I think that's frankly just abhorrent. I think it's missing what we could expand our audience to. You know, I mean, I don't know how many millions of people watched it. I don't know how many thousands of people watched it, but you give AOC 15 minutes instead of giving all these different Republicans talking points. I just frankly think the Democratic National Convention is for Democrats. The people that are watching it are Democrats. The people that are going to be interested in it are Democrats, or they're independents that are leaning Democrats. Honestly, I despise the Lincoln Project. I despise these people that have sold us wars.
That's wolves. Those are wolves in sheep's clothing too. Right. Do you know? And the Joe Scarboroughs of the world who do nothing but Trump bash all morning, because the second Mr. Biden is sworn in, they're going to go start screaming about deficits again. You just know it. It's just I'm with you on that. I cut you off. I apologize, but okay. I'm just saying I agree with you on that too. That's all. That's just Trump barking. That's all that is. They hate him, not the party. And the party is going to try and scrub itself of this filth the minute they can. They're all going to take a shower and they're going to try and go back to what they were. Democratic spending bad, Republican spending okay. It's going to go back to the two Santa Claus theory. It's going to go back to the hypocritical stuff that they used to do before. You might even see a bit of a reemergence of the Tea Party wing. I'm not sure, but possibly. But I'm with you on that. I understand where you're headed with that. I'm kind of with you on that. It's wolves in sheep's clothing.
I mean, Trump is the epitome of what these people have built for the last 40 years. I mean, he is the top. That is exactly what they have. You reap what you sow in that party, in my opinion. So that is what they've been sowing, the seeds of racism and xenophobia, and he just says the quiet parts out loud. So
you can draw a straight line. Yeah. I can draw a straight line from Nixon to the Paul Weyrich and the Reagan folks to the folks that surrounded to Bill Barr the first time, surrounded Bush, and then
Gingrich.
Gingrich in the 90s. You're right, 100%. And then the Karl Roves of the world, and the people that surrounded W. Bush, which is why, even though I think she's excellent on television, the growth of Nicole Wallace is hilarious to me, especially on the liberal network. I think it's just a joke. This is a straight line. I mean, you can draw a straight line from the Powell memo straight through, and the emergence from him trying to tell the Chamber of Commerce they need to start buying politicians, and the Powell memo and him on the Supreme Court making it, ruling that it was in the Buckley decision, making it legal to buy politicians, and corporations are people and money is speech. And nowhere, by the way, in the Constitution does it say that. That was made law. That was created law. And it's funny, Republicans hate activist judges except when they win cases, then it's okay. But then it's, all the way through, we traced it, it's a Paul Weyrich, and it's the Roves, and I'm sorry, you're right, the Gingrich. I don't know why I keep skipping Gingrich, but the Gingriches and the Frank Luntzes and the all the way through to the Stephen Millers.
Oh yeah.
Miller is a whole different. I don't know what he was hatched out of, but that's a whole new.
Well, he came from Rush Limbaugh. He came from Larry Elder and Rush Limbaugh. These are the people, the right wing radical radio from the 90s and early 2000s, and he is the lead speechwriter and strategist for Trump. So
I've often postulated that and nobody likes to admit it, by the way. And no one likes to talk about it. And it might be one of the dirty little secrets in the country right now. The most powerful person in the country just might be Stephen Miller. Because it seems that whatever he pushes or believes or writes, Trump seems to just take. He might just be the single most powerful person in the country. And that's a frightening thought. And he's the only one who's stayed. I mean, when you look at the turnover in this administration, all the way down to assistant secretaries of, he's the guy that stayed. From day one, he's been there. From the campaign, from the 2016 campaign straight through, he's the one that's been there. There's never even been a whisper that he might leave. He's the one that's been there. And somehow managed not to get indicted. How that's happened is that's a theory. But I mean, he's not managed to be indicted or investigated and that's something. But I interrupted you again. I'm sorry, but I'm just saying you can draw a straight line. It's history, folks. Just such a straight line from the Nixon administration straight through.
I'll just finish on the DNC and just say that, Kamala, she's fine. Not my preferred vice presidential candidate.
Let's get into DNC. What did you think about what I thought took entirely too long? Michelle Obama, her bluntness, President Obama, his bluntness to just say, none of this is normal. We're sliding into autocracy, dictatorship, fascism. For God's sakes, get the hell out there and vote.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, and if you folks, if you want to accuse me of hypocrisy, you're welcome to do it. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. We will probably wrap up at the top of the hour. As much as I want to foster and still believe that we can have discussions across the aisle, I do think it has been well past time that President Obama broke this unwritten code of not criticizing the sitting president as a former president. But his speech was blunt. Michelle Obama was blunt. You expected Senator Harris to be blunt. You expected Joe Biden to be blunt. By the way, probably the finest speech I've ever seen him deliver, ever. You're right. AOC was marginalized tremendously. Although she gave the speech she was asked to give by the DNC itself, she was marginalized tremendously. Bernie was tremendous.
Yep.
Senator Warren was tremendous. Trying to think of who else is sticking out to me. I hate to say it because I'm not a fan of him. I actually thought Mike Bloomberg was good. He's not a great speaker, but the what he said was good.
I want him to put his money where his mouth is and spend the money that he guaranteed in the beginning.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he hasn't yet. That's for darn sure. I thought the couple of different roundtables of the former candidates were exceptionally good because they were somewhat lighthearted, but yet serious and substantive. I thought the presentation was riveting at times. I mean, it was absolutely riveting at times. The little films were good. The films of actual real people on the streets, quote unquote on the streets. There were in the factories, and the people have lost jobs, and I thought that stuff was good. I thought some of the elected officials were horribly shortchanged. The female senator from Nevada, who's escaping me, was given 3 minutes. I hate listening to Amy Klobuchar speak. I think she's terrible at it, but at the same time, she was given 3 minutes. She may have deserved a tad bit more than that. She was, of the last 4 presidential candidates standing, she was one of them. Tulsi Gabbard was nowhere to be seen.
She wasn't even invited.
Yeah. I mean, so there were some glaring omissions. But I mean, generally, I thought it was a very good presentation. And I do think the former vice president deserves some credit. I mean, these cross campaign panels, there are now 6, if I'm not mistaken, between made up of his folks and Bernie's folks. And he's moving. I mean, he's moving on some of this stuff. Not as far as Bernie would wish, but even looking at, you know, I heard Senator Warren on this. She's, where did I see her interviewed? Where she said, you know, she literally picked up the phone and it was him. And he said, you know what? I read this plan for childcare. And you're right. I was wrong. You're right. This is what we should be doing. And I'm taking this plan. I'm adopting it and I want it in my platform and I'm going to push for it. I mean, I think, you know, you have to take him at face value, but at least he's doing it. At least he's reading it. At least he's doing that rather than just say, I won, I'm right. What I was running on is what we're going to do. And that's the end of it.
Hmm.
Maybe we need to give a little credit where credit's due. I don't know. What do you think?
I think so I think he adopted Elizabeth Warren's child care plan and a piece of the student loan debt cancellation, which, look, that's awesome. And I think the best example of him moving to the left on anything is the $2 trillion for the climate, which is basically a form of the Green New Deal, which is great. Obviously,
he's casing it he's packaging it more as an infrastructure bill, but it is a green infrastructure, so it's something.
Right. Well, I mean, I mean, we know the Green New Deal can be in 30 different forms if we're not talking about one particular one. So, but you know, it's funny because as a presidential candidate in the general election, he's probably the furthest left candidate we've had in a very, very long time. Him personally, Joe Biden personally, is a centrist. But his platform is to the left because of the work that activists have put in, and he has to adopt if he wants to keep people engaged and vote for him. So, like I said in the beginning of that of this topic, like, he deserves credit. I really don't understand why the Republicans set the bar so low for him, because he's going to exceed it every time. Like, he would literally have to fall down the stairs and be like, not being able to speak to literally be what they're talking about. So why not if, you know, I don't want to give him any ideas, but they should be the ones building him up so that when he does have the inevitable, I mean, he's 77, 76. Donald Trump has gas all the time and it's expected. Joe Biden has gas all the time and it's expected, but it's not a battle of that. It's just, they're setting the bar real low, which is going to help us, I think. As long as he shows up, he's coherent. I mean, he did the Democratic debates, and the Democrats are going to be a lot hard. Like, debating Bernie, Warren, Kamala, those people are going to be a lot harder to debate than Donald Trump. Let's be honest. So,
because they did that. They did that to Trump in 2016. Well, he's not a politician. He's a businessman. He's never done this before. They basically set the bar that if he walked out there and quite literally didn't throw up on himself, he won the debate.
Right.
And so he didn't throw up on himself, and then he won the debate. He could have gone out there and read Clifford the Big Red Dog, and that would have been okay. And so that made it easy. Secretary Clinton had to read Dostoevsky in the original Russian, and if she didn't, she lost.
Yeah.
So we do these things, and but again, I think you're not going to know how Mr. Biden is going to govern until you hear who's in the cabinet.
Yep.
If it's all Obama and Clinton people, then you know you're screwed if you're a new dealer. But if there's some Bernie folks in there, you have a chance. But, and Tom Hartman mentions this too, Roosevelt wasn't Roosevelt right away either. He got in and realized the depth and the scale of the problem with information he did not have as a candidate and did not have as governor of New York. Now, some of what became the New Deal, he was trying to do in New York because he knew how bad the problem was in New York. But he didn't know how bad it was nationwide till he got into the presidency. So you also have to have the hope. And again, this is a faith question. It's a faith question. You're not going to know. You have to have the hope and faith that if and or when Mr. Biden is sworn in and gets in the seat and starts to get the rest of the data in front of him that he does not have and surrounds himself with the people that we hope and or believe that he will rise to the problem. And that, you know, hopefully and possibly says to himself, the programs that I thought were going to be good enough aren't. We're going to have to go further.
And I mean, as a progressive, I will take the neoliberal Joe Biden over a fascist Donald Trump any single day of the week, 24/7.
Every time.
So we have, you know, I will push for Joe Biden from now until November 3rd, when he hopefully wins. If and when, if we're lucky, he wins, takes office in January, we get Trump out of there. I will fight for the same principles and policies that I have always fought for, but I will still fight to keep Joe Biden in office because the alternative is detrimental to the foundation of our country. I mean, it's
you and I have talked about this before. The again, being someone who tries to use history as an educational tool and as a demonstrational tool to compare past events and research and history and definitions of terms, not just throwing terms out there for psychological effect. We've talked about this before. There's another F word out there, folks, and it's called fascism. I mean, that second term, if there's a second term, this full blown, there's no holds barred anymore. I mean, that's it. This is, we already have a neo-fascist president. He's there now. When you clear out actual government officials and put billionaires and business people in place to run these departments for the benefit of their own businesses and interests, that's fascism. Let us dip into history yet again. I'm going to bore poor Connor to death. Connor's looked at clock. He's like, oh God, thank God 9 o'clock is coming. I'm getting another damn history lesson. When Mussolini dissolved the Italian parliament, he did it in this fascist fashion. He dissolved the Italian parliament and got rid of the real elected legislators. He kept the original parliamentary legislative districts. He took the largest sympathetic business in each of those constituencies and made them the members of parliament. So what did they rule? What did they do? Well, obviously they did whatever Mussolini wanted because he's the one that put them there. But secondarily, what did they do? They did whatever was good for their business. Not the people in the parliamentary constituency, or in American terms, the legislative district. They did what was good for their business first. That's what we're seeing in this regime, in this Trump regime. That's why you have the massive sell-off of public lands, the massive deregulation of environmental laws or just simply the non-enforcement of laws. That is sometimes what we fail to remember. It's not just the cancellation or the deregulation of financial, banking, and environmental laws. It's the non-enforcement of. Oh, you dumped that whatever in that stream creek. No, we didn't see that. The IRS itself has admitted in congressional testimony under oath, they don't audit rich people anymore. It takes too long and it costs too much money. They audit poor people because they can do it quickly and it doesn't cost any money because poor people can't fight it. That's what we're talking about. And that's fascism. It is the merger of state and business interests. It is when government works exclusively in the interest of corporations, when corporations own, control government for the interests of itself being corporations. That's the definition of fascism. When Mussolini himself, I have a meme that explains it, he originally created it and called it, of course he called it in Italian, corporatism. Except the term corporatism wasn't very popular. So he had to create another word. So he called it fascism because people didn't readily know what fascism was. Corporatism was quite self-explanatory. That's what we're talking about. That's what a second term is going to bring us, in my opinion. Others will disagree, and that's fine. They don't have the data to back it up, but that's okay. We can have that discussion. That's why this is so important. It is that important. Look, everybody will tell you that every election is the single most important election in our history. Happens every time. But boy, I would challenge you to find one more important than this. I think if I have to go back through history, if I had to go back through presidential electoral history, one as important or close to as important as 2020, I would probably say the two that come close, readily close in my head would be 32, 64, no, 1864, 1932, 1864, maybe 1964 after the assassination of Kennedy. I mean, you're talking about some big years. What are your thoughts? As we wrap up, we'll wrap up at 9. I've stolen so much of your time tonight.
Frankly, I mean, I think it is actually like the most important election it is determinant of our future. I mean, we can either continue to be a successful society and hopefully rebound from where we've gone wrong in the last 4 years, but I'll say at least 40 years. I always use that because I'm not mad just about the last 4. I'm mad about my entire lifetime's worth. But yeah, no, I actually do believe that this is the most important election of my life, at least my life so far, if not the entire history of our country. I mean, 1864, that's probably a good bet.
No, we had a country before 80, I promise you. I promise.
I was born in 96, so.
I know. Well, you're right. You didn't have to be born before Reagan. There was a country before Reagan, I swear. I promise.
I hope we can get
I promise. You've only grown up in a post-Reagan era, but I promise the presupposition of saying a post-Reagan era was that there was a pre-Reagan era, and I promise you there was one. I was in it. And yeah, there was a recession during the Carter years, but it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this. There's a soft if this one of the things that this virus has shown us is that the underbelly of this economy, it's not just soft, it's rotted with bed sores. I mean, I've said it quite a few times actually on the program when the party opposite us is apoplectic that a $600 a week benefit, we can't continue that. It's more money than people are making at their jobs. Well, then the problem is the pay at their jobs. It's not the benefit. It's that they're not making enough money at their jobs. It's that we have failed them at their jobs. It's that we have crushed the American workforce underfoot. I mean, going back to last week when I had the labor leaders here, $600 a week is 40 hours at $15 an hour. Not 20, not 25, not 50, 15. And that's more money for about, if I remember correctly, someone can correct me, for about 40% of the people that received the benefit, it was a raise. Because we have crushed these people underfoot. Crushed them. That's why people have actually seen, the bottom 99% have seen in real dollars, their wages go down since 1980. Down. While their tax burden in real dollars has gone up. That's what I'm talking about, getting this economic scale rebalanced. Rebalanced. Reset. No one's talking about taking rich people to the guillotine or storming the castles and literally taking every last penny from them. There's nothing wrong with being wealthy. There will always be wealthy people in a largely quote unquote capitalistic society. There are rich people all over Europe in democratic socialistic societies. There are rich people all over Europe. They simply don't have all the money. It's more equally distributed and more fairly distributed. That's what we're talking about. They're wealthy. They're well taken care of. They can absorb just about anything financially, but it's also more fairly distributed, equally. Dare I say, I said it. Equally distributed, fairly distributed. Pay for things like healthcare. Medicare for all would save the American economy $1 trillion yearly. Save it. Save it $1 trillion yearly. What could you do with $1 trillion? $1 trillion. My goodness. And don't start screaming at me about debts and deficits. Japan's running a national debt at 200% its GDP. They're doing okay. They're doing just fine. They had, I believe, less than 1,000 COVID deaths. Now, if you're one of those families, that death means everything to you. And that's not to be taken lightly. But it isn't 180,000, I can tell you that. Connor, it's 9:05. I'm sure you would like to go have dinner.
Yeah.
or a snack or a beer, or you need a shot after this torture I put you through for 4 hours, I'm sure you want to go do something, or lift weights, or take a run, or go look at the stars, or something. I am, look, I don't have enough thanks for you, mate. I'm really, really grateful that you took the night out. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I mean, we had a great time with the folks from Upper Darby. I mean, we made some new friends. I think you need to follow up with the councilman. I'm blanking. The young councilman.
I'm going to.
Find
Definitely
his.
going to.
I'm gonna scan and find his name. It's Councilman Tunis.
I'll have to look him up.
A feast. I'll send it to you. You need to follow up with him. You guys could probably do some real work together, even though you're not geographically next to each other. I think you got a lot in common. You could probably, the way he's built his career and constituency, I'm sure you guys could do a lot of work together. He's a good man. Seems a good man. I'm sure you guys could do a lot of work together. How about, are you going to be silly enough to tell me that you were going to come back, or are you going to regret that you said that the first time and tell me that you're never coming back again after I had you here for 4 hours?
I'm certainly going to come back. And every time I'm going to come back, it's going to grow and grow and grow, and it's going to be great.
Well, it is growing. There's still 10 people just that. There's still 10 folks just at that other side of information. Goodness knows how many folks are around anywhere else. So, hey, we're grateful. That darn phone, man. I'll tell you what. I can't get anybody to call this show to save my life. I can't believe it. I'm going to have to start offering money or something. I don't know what it is about phone calls. And people are afraid to call me. I don't understand it. But anyway,
we'll get it going.
We'll get it moving. I may actually even try a snack. My stomach might be stable enough even to try to possibly put something in it. But anyway, so let's wrap up. We had our friends from Upper Darby. Great conversation with them. We made some new friends. The guest door is open to them anytime they wish. We had an awesome night. I don't have enough thanks for them coming in last minute, especially Laura Wentz was an absolute rock star putting them together for us. And I have to say, she did it. I didn't do it. She really did it on my behalf because she thought it was fair that they all come and speak for themselves rather than she speaking for them. And I think that's really invaluable. And I happen to believe in that myself, even when it might benefit me for me to play telephone between certain people. I don't like to do that. I like to connect people, even in the political consultancy business, when it benefits me to have everyone run through me, I don't do it because it's just more efficient and better for people when they can talk directly. And so the fact that they could come here and speak for themselves, I think is very, very valuable. And hey, we made some new friends and new connections, and we have some new open door guests to the show and new friends of the show. And that's always, always a good thing. And for Mr. O'Hanlon, what can I say? He's a rock star. He is, he's not just a closer in the bullpen now. He might be a starter. He might be a starter. He might be in the starting rotation now. And, starters usually get paid more than relievers. But considering I'm not getting paid anything, I don't know what you pay a starter because I don't get paid anything. But, we'll work on it. You do, when you were a kid, you go to the barber, you get to reach into the lollipop bin. We'll have to let Connor reach into the lollipop bin or something. Well, I'll figure out something. If we're ever allowed to see each other again in person, we will get a vaccine for this damn thing. We'll get that figured out. But you got any final thoughts before we sign off? Say goodnight, my friend.
No, I just want to say thank you.
Plug the podcast. Where do people find the podcast, mate?
So my show is called The Con O Show. I release shows every Friday. Both through YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. The YouTube channel is just my name, Connor O'Hanlon. You can find it by looking that up or looking up The Con O Show, as in Con O. And then you can look those up on Apple. You got to work on that. I'm going to beat you up for that. You got to work on that. You're not a con. I'm not a con. I'm Con. But that's my nickname. People call me Con. We'll work on it. We're going to work on it. When you take over this show, we're going to have a new name. We're going to have a name. So it's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and then, so you can find that there. And yeah, that's where you can find it.
What's coming up in the Doylestown area? I know that most Democratic committees and so on are not meeting in person. I doubt you guys are as well, but what is happening in the Doylestown area?
So every month, the Doylestown Democrats have our monthly meeting. September, we always have it on the first Monday of the month. So if you are in Doylestown and you're watching this, you can join us just as a member. If you so it's the first Monday of every month, with the exception of this coming month because it'll be Labor Day, so it'll be September 14th. We are doing lit drops for our state representatives. We are working for our congressional candidates. We're getting our everything moving because now until November is going to be crazy. So that, and if you, if you need to come and speak to the group at large for some reason, you can always contact me directly.
And if you've never been to the center of Doylestown itself, right around that courthouse area, and then there's a couple, I don't know the names of the streets of anything.
Main Street, State Street, cross like that.
Well, there's a after the debate that I came to see you, the one that was at the courthouse, and then Skylar and his wife and I walked down to some really cool coffee shop that was I can see it in my head and I know where we walked, but I don't know the names of any streets. If you've never visited Doylestown in that area, it is super. I mean, it's super. It's great. It's clean. There's old buildings. I mean, buildings back to the founding. I mean, it's great. It's wonderful. If you're anywhere that it's not too far of a drive, I don't know what it's like down there, with COVID restrictions. Wear a mask. I'm sure there's outdoor seating and limited, indoor. But if you've never visited Doylestown, I strongly encourage you to do so. It's wonderful. If you like that kind of architecture, the colonial, revolutionary, just it's beautiful down there, truly. And I mean that sincerely. It's great. I've wanted to go back and I haven't been back yet. We need to get back there.
And whenever you make the trip, let me know and we'll
great. It's great down there. It really is. It's really great down there. I encourage you to do so. It's a lovely, lovely town, really picturesque, really, really nice. I encourage you to visit. So that will do it for us. Don't leave yet. Hang on one second. That will do it for us for this week. That was a long one, man. We set a new record. It is 9:15 pretty much on the eastern side. For everyone who stuck with us from the beginning, who floated it in and out, who watched us live, we're very, very grateful. Wherever you watched, if you watch the recording, if you watch pieces of the recording, if you watch, in tiny bits throughout the week, we're thrilled. We appreciate it. My thanks to everyone from Upper Darby who joined us tonight. Council President Wentz, Mayor Keffer, Superintendent of Police, the other council people, Councilwoman Billups, Councilwoman Silva, Councilman Tunis. I don't think I'm forgetting anybody. If I am, I deeply apologize. I don't think I am, though. I think I got everybody. The Superintendent Bernhardt of the police, Mayor Keffer, I think I got everybody. I'm desperately thankful that you joined, especially at a late moment. It was a council president and my Facebook friend Laura Wentz who got everybody together, really, and I very desperately appreciate that. And it was really done at a late moment. Again, my thoughts to Mr. Levy and your family. He will join us at a future date. He's not gone away. He'll join us at a future date. Our plans again next week are the following. We're going to have a student round table. School students, secondary school students, middle school, high school students on speaking about their return to school. Is it going to, I have to admit, I don't know if it's going to be, I don't know actually the status of the students that are joining us. I know one is supposed to be returning to school physically, but we'll see what happens as that goes on. Some are doing remote, some are supposed to be doing hybrid, some are scheduled, or should use the word scheduled. Some are scheduled to return physically full time, some are scheduled to do hybrid, some are scheduled to do at home. We will be discussing what they actually did, how they are feeling about it, or how did it go? What are they excited about? Did it go better than they thought, worse than they thought? What are they still concerned with? What were they concerned with going in that ended up not being a big deal? What's going that they thought would be easy that's not? What's it like wearing a mask 6 hours a day? How's the bus? Do you take the bus? How's the driving, drop off, pickup? How's that fun stuff going? All that great stuff. All that. We're going to go over that next week. That is the scheduled event. If it is, if that falls through, God help me, I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be another Sunday fun day. And then somebody, I beg you, please dial the damn number, or else it's going to be a really short show. So that's the plan. That is what is scheduled for next Sunday. We will return on that next Sunday. 23 and 7 is 30, so that will be the 30th of August. We will return next week. Currently, there is no show scheduled for Labor Day weekend. No one listens, no one attends, and certainly there are no guests on Labor Day. So we are currently not scheduled to have a show on Labor Day. We may continue to start doing special editions or additional episodes during the week, especially if I continue to not find a job. We can do shows at night. There is no live programming on Hot 101 at night. I am allowed to join you at night. I would love to start doing so, especially if someone picks up the phone. Do you get the theme I'm pushing here? Everybody get the theme I'm pushing here? Especially if you pick up the phone. We can have a conversation. We can talk about the events of the day. Ask me a question. Let's have a discussion. It's easy. You dial it and you talk into it. It's an old invention and it works. But we can do that during the week. We can start talking about adding extra editions of the program during the week. I know I've been talking about it for quite a while, but now I know that I can do it, that the stream is available, and I wouldn't be bothering anyone else's live program, so I can do that during the week later at night, talking like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. So we can do that, or Eastern time, and we can do that at night. So that is the program for this week. Thank you for being here. I love doing this. I enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. The numbers are there. The viewer numbers are there. The listener numbers on the Facebook are there. And everyone at hot101.net seems to be happy with what's happening. So we will keep coming back. As long as you are here, we will be here. So we thank you very much. And as always, before we say goodnight, I just want to say, be good to yourself. Be good to yourself and be good to each other. Don't argue with each other. Talk to each other. We can talk to each other. We can heal this nation. We can solve the problems and issues in front of us, but we have to talk to each other, not shout, not argue, not wave signs and banners in front of each other, but look each other in the face and talk to each other. We can do these things. We can heal what's wrong. There are serious problems in the country. There's no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. There are serious issues in our country, but we can solve the problems that face us because we have done so before. Many, if not all of the, well, all but race, I would say, we have solved these problems before, especially the economic issues. We have done this before. We can do it again. And when we balance the economic scales, we can tackle these other problems. We can do it. Check in on your neighbors. Check in on your family. Say hello to people you don't know. Smile. Be good, even if it's behind a mask. Smile. Be good to yourselves and be good to each other. Until next week, or until during the week, perhaps. Until we see you again, thank you Thank you. Thank you. And we will see you soon. Again, take care, be good to yourselves, and be good to each other.